hit the button twice and turned off my microphone. So I'll turn it over to you, Rick, to give us an opening here.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you virtually again. I'd like to begin the opening of the meeting of the Smoke Management Advisory Committee for Thursday, January 26th. And I'll be acting as your chair today, as Gregory McLaren, our normal chair, is not able to attend today. And I guess this is my first role as vice chair and taking over the meeting. So I will act in terms of opening and closing the meeting and help Tim keep us on the agenda. Hopefully you all have a copy of the agenda in front of you. If not, probably raise your hand and maybe we could forward it to you. If not, we'd like to begin with the roll call and some opening remarks. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Tim.
Okay, thank you, Rick. So with that, we already have noted Chair Gregory McLaren is absent today. So roll call for Scott Hansen.
Scott Hansen is here. I'm the non-industrial representative.
Thank you, Scott. Rick Graw.
And good morning, everyone. Rick Graw. I am the U.S. Forest Service representative to the Smoke Management Advisory Committee. And just one more thing, for those of you who are at home or working remotely or attending virtually, you can turn on the meeting chat too. You'll be able to see whether people individually text you or you'll see group text on there as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Kyle Williams.
Good morning, everybody. Kyle Williams, Director of Forest Protection at OFIC, and I'm the industrial representative for the SMAC.
Next up is Jason Simmons, who represents the Bureau of Land Management. Jason recently took a new position over in Boise. Do we have a BLM representative with us today? Okay, so with that, we'll at the next SMAC meeting, we'll be looking to work through who that BLM representative will be, and we'll inform the committee as well when that person's selected or chosen by the BLM. So for ODF representative, my name is Tim Hulschbach. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning for the Protection Division here at the Department of Forestry. I'll be facilitating today. Generally, the ODF representative would be Stacy McCarter, who's our mitigation program manager and supervises the smoke management program. Unfortunately, I double booked her and she's in Colorado right now. So doing other business. So I'll be filling in for her today. Do we have DEQ representative?
This is Peter Brewer. I'm the Eastern region. That's everywhere east of the Cascades. Air quality for DEQ. And I cover attainment issues with air quality and also wildfire out in Eastern Oregon.
Thank you, Peter. And then from Oregon Health Authority.
Good morning, everybody. Gabriella Goldfarb, Environmental Public Health Section Manager at the Oregon Health Authority. Today, I want to let you know I'm accompanied by our Dr. Carol Trenga, who's our environmental epidemiologist and toxicologist, and who's been helping me out on, well, all things air and smoke for quite some time, but pulled her in for some support on the SMAC conversation. So happy to be with you today. And there's Carol. Give a wave.
Thank you.
Welcome. So I want to do a little bit of house cleaning with this being a hybrid meeting is for folks who are joining who are not committee members. If you want, you're happy to have you. Thank you for joining us today. If you could, please keep yourself on mute. And if you could have your video turned off for the meeting, there is a section for public comments. So feel free at that time. We'll call you up if you have any comments or questions you'd like to provide. We'll make sure you have time there. That's slotted for 10:15. For committee members, appreciate the folks who have on their camera on. It does help with our virtual environment to be able to see folks and facilitate. So appreciate that. As Rick mentioned, I'll give a quick overview of the agenda. We're going to open up with committee and agency reports. That's going to be followed up by that public comment period or opening at 10:15, and then we'll take a short break. And a little bit, this will be fluid, but that 10:15 for public comment, we'll try to honor that for folks who wanted to join us at that time for that. We'll be discussing opportunities and threats to prescribed fire, spending some time there with a facilitated discussion, trying to do some planning, especially with legislative session in town right now. We'll be talking, following that up with a discussion about the National Ambient Air Quality Standard, led by the DEQ and the EPA. We'll do an overview of DEQ's lab sensors program. Following, depending on where we're at with the agenda, we'll be taking lunch approximately at noon, and we'll be just taking a break and turn the camera off for that. So folks are happy to hang out on Zoom and then jump back in after lunch. At 1 o'clock, we'll be following up with a summary of the fall burn season, a discussion about West Bend in particular and some of the complexities surrounding that geography. Overview of the metrics for the Smoke Management Advisory Committee and how the plan to evaluate the new rules. We'll talk about a community response plan development and then a review of action items. So fairly full agenda, lots of topics, and hopefully lots of flexibility for discussion as we go throughout the day. So with that, I'll start with the agency reports out for, or I should say, any questions about the agenda before we get started? Okay. So that I'll start out with the ODS agency report. So last year, last fall, and it's extended a ways into fall. Fire season went fairly well for the department. We were we were fairly close on the number of fires that we had to suppress. Our human cause numbers were down a little bit in there. The number of acres burned was down considerably, which helps with our staffing and burnout and making sure we can get our other work done with it. So from that part of the year, it was a success. Initial attack was extremely successful. The additional capacity through Senate Bill 762 at both the state and the field level, as well as investments in aircraft and severity, have really assisted with a successful fire season. Along with that, we've completed rulemaking recently on the Certified Burn Manager program. Through the Board of Forestry, the board adopted those rules, I believe, in July, might have been November. It all turns into a fog after a little bit. And so those rules for that program have been adopted by the board, and we're right now soliciting interest in seats for an advisory committee for that program. That if you go to the prescribed fire page on the agency's webpage, the application period's open until January 31st. So if you or someone from your respective organizations are interested, then we can we'll happy to have your hat in the ring for that selection. Looking at selecting and those folks to be nominated by the state forester in February, and then have assembling that group to provide some advisement on the implementation of that program as it gets developed here for the spring. Still looking at a late spring, late April, early May launch on that to make sure we got all their I's dotted and T's crossed to be successful out of the gates. So that's exciting news, trying to build a capacity, skill set, training, and have more bodies to be able to do prescribed fire. Along with that, it's been an interesting start to legislative session. I'm going to keep this probably at the highest level as I possibly can for how complex stuff is. But there's two bills in particular of interest that may be of interest to the committee. One of them is pertaining to a workforce capacity grant program, and it's appropriating $5 million towards for the department to implement or to disperse to increase capacity, to equipment, and provide those funds to help increase that workforce and the ability to implement prescribed fires on the ground. That bill was up for committee yesterday for a public hearing, and I believe the next time it pops up in committee will be for a work session at some point down the road. Along with that, there's a sister bill with that one as well. It's regarding a liability fund for folks, for entities that do prescribe fire and follow all the rules, and on the off chance that a prescribed fire escapes, that there's a fund available to assist with any claims of liability that may go with that. So that bill, and I'm gonna turn it over to Kyle and preclude or give him a heads up that I don't have the bill numbers in front of me, but I'm sure you do in a bit. But those two will be of interest, a lot of interest down at the legislature. The committee was it was a bipartisan drafting of those, so it'd be two bills to follow with this session in advancement of prescribed fire. Yeah.
2985.
20 House Bill 2985 and 2986 are the two bills. So with that, that's the major goings on. I'm gonna keep my briefing short because otherwise I talk too much of these, and I'm gonna turn it over to, I believe DEQ is the next on the dais here, and they were great about turning in a written report as well. So Margaret, I can pull up your report if you'd like.
And it may be. Tim, are we fully staffed now in the smoke program? We got Stacy in place, and then did we get that last forecaster hired?
Yes, the mitigation unit is fully staffed right now.
I don't think Margaret is on. I don't see her listed here. I may be mistaken, but I don't see Margaret.
Hi, Rick. I'm in person,
Okay, great.
but I might be hard to see. I don't know. I can't see the screen very well.
Right. Thanks, Margaret. I didn't see you there.
No, but thanks for watching out. You got my back. Okay, are you ready, Tim? I have it pulled up, but I don't know. Everybody should have been emailed a copy of this, but also I think Tim is sharing his screen. Perfect. So I'm going to be brief, kind of provide a high level overview, and then we have, other topics that I'll jump in on, like Tim was mentioning when we get to them, like the West Bend project and whatnot. So I want to start with the Senate Bill 762 pass-through funding update. As you'll all recall, DQ received $1.5 million for this last biennium. And all of our projects are going to be ending on March 31st of 2023. So we are into our last quarter of these projects. So we have our community response plan development projects. That's with Jackson County, Union County, Klamath County, and a portion of the Columbia River Gorge within Wasco and Hood River counties. We also had our tribal smoke preparedness projects. We attempted to work with all 9 tribes, but one of the tribes was just not as responsive. And so we were only able to work with 8 out of the 9 tribes. Of those projects, many of them are doing HEPA handout programs. We had a lot of latitude with our tribal smoke preparedness projects. But there are some tribes that are doing communication and outreach components. Next, I'm going to move on to CRP implementation and staffing, which, as you'll all recall, we also had received special legislative funding following the 2019 smoke management rule updates that gave some funding to do community response plan developments early on. And so the communities that had developed community response plans, as well as Deschutes County, which had developed a community response plan without that previous assistance, we funded implementation and staffing of those projects because a lot of those communities had identified like infrastructure needs as well as just staffing needs that they were exploring how to fund. And so we provided assistance to those communities, and they're doing wonderful work with all of that funding. And then we had our smoke mitigation and alternatives to burning projects. Those were projects with Hood River Soil and Water Conservation District, the South Willamette Solutions and Biomass One. Those projects had an array of different things that they were working on. The Hood River Soil Water Conservation District did an air curtain incinerator for Orchard. They also did chipping for defensible space. And they also did a mastication project for legacy piles in the Hood River National Forest. Very cool project. The Southern Willamette Solutions worked on a non-burn fuels treatment between West Fir and Oak Ridge. And then Biomass One also created a mastication sort of side to their business and have been doing mastication for those lands that wouldn't qualify for their retrieval of biomass because of just being too small or accessibility. So those are some really cool projects. And then the emissions research. So we are doing research on air curtain incinerators. Currently, the way our permitting is for air curtain incinerators, we had to use surrogate data because there wasn't a lot of data available. So some of that surrogate data is like a mix between open pile burning and wood fire boilers. So that surrogate data could be, impacting some of the modeling that we're doing. And so getting our own emissions for the air curtain incinerator would be in the best interest of Oregonians, because it would mean we could better protect public health, because we'll actually be, modeling for the unit itself. But because we believe that in theory, these units are in fact an emissions reduction technology, maybe it'll also be able to expand the permit in a way. But we'll know more this spring, because we're going to be doing an emissions test in Forest Grove. We're actually collaborating with ODF and Oregon Department of Ag as part of the EAB response and wood utilization, wood disposal team. So we're going to be using the emissions test coupled with those efforts. And we're going to be burning emerald ash borer infested material. So very cool. Cross collaborative project with the urban and community forestry handle and forest health. So working with Wyatt Williams and Scott Aldenhoff and keeping Tim and Stacy informed, but they got enough on their plates. So, but very exciting. More information probably in the summer about how that goes. In general, we have not received any new CRP 1 hour exemption requests. Those remain just the 3 that we already had: City of Bend, City of Ashland, and City of Enterprise. Annual reports were submitted. They aren't actually due until the end of January, but then I'll be working with Stacy and ODF and our partners at OHA to do a review of those. The town of Lakeview is very, very close to having their community response plan be implementable. What we ran into with theirs is that one of the main backbone components of their CRP was to do text alerts, but they didn't have a real good system in place. So over the last 6 months, we've worked with OR Alerts in the Everbridge program to get qualified smoke language into their system. We presented to their I don't remember what that committee is called. If anyone does remember what that committee is called, but it's a committee that looks at language and has a bunch of emergency managers and Jamie Bash, the risk communication person, on it. And so we have all of that ready to go. It's just a matter of them like putting it into their system. We've heard scrap. Okay, that's what the committee is called. Thank you, Scott. We've heard that should be in the next week or so. Oak Ridge was redesignated and is no longer a non-attainment area. And so they could potentially apply. Yes, that's big news, but they haven't. And I don't know if that's because of the, upcoming stuff with the NACs or why, but hopefully we'll learn more. And then we have those ones that are in development right now. And so for now, I'm going to jump to the biomass utilization working group. We've continued to be bolstering relationships with people and talking about various utilization options, both for improved air quality, but for other things like economic development, workforce establishment. And so we currently have like things that we're working on as subcommittees. One of those is the air curtain incinerator. So all of the efforts I talked about with the emissions test. We're also have a incentives subgroup that's looking at grant opportunities and other policy instruments that might help to incentivize better utilization. And then we're working on a compliance guide for some of the various utilization technologies. There's obviously a lot of environmental permitting and permitting not only with DEQ, but with a lot of other agencies as well. And so we're trying to have a one-stop compliance and permitting guide. We hope that that's not a barrier. And then there's a workforce development group that is not really, is still in the gathering of information phase. I guess that's the best way of putting it. But there are a lot of efforts going into workforce development. So another kind of action item we had was to collaborate more with the Small Woodlot Owners Association. And so we've been having DEQ's been having regular meetings with Scott Hansen and several others with the Small Woodlot Owners Association, and talking about the different types of burning and burning outside of ODF protection district and what other slash management techniques there could be. And so we are going to be doing another education and outreach with the tree school, which is with OSU. I'll be doing that with Christina. So it's an ODF and DEQ collaborative effort. And then the moment everybody's been waiting for, the next. So in January, we did hear from EPA that they released some proposed particulate matter NAAQS standards. This revision is, we don't know exactly what it is. They kind of gave a threshold, a range between 9 and 10, but they did ask for comments as low as 8 and as high as 11 micrograms per cubic meter. But they did mention that all other standards are being proposed to remain at the current levels. We are working on an official DEQ response. I'm not leading that effort, but it is happening. We did provide a place where you can provide your public comment and more information about the proposed changes. But at this point in time, those are all, they're all unknown still, so we don't want to really jump to conclusion, but we are also doing an analysis. I did talk with EPA about if the annual changes, and our rules are mostly based on the 24-hour, will that be okay? Will it trigger a SIP review, that sort of thing? And there was a component of our SIP that explained how our rules protect the annual average. And so we are looking into making sure that that's still the case, and that there isn't some language change that is needed in our SIP. But at this point, we got to know what the threshold is to be able to know for certain. And then monitoring updates, I'm going to stop there because we actually brought Hillary Sales as the new community outreach and monitoring person. And so later on, she'll be presenting on our monitoring network expansion. But if you scroll to the last page, there is a map here that people can start digesting early. But in terms of existing sites, you'll notice that there hasn't been a significant amount of changes to existing sites. We have added some, particularly the remaining ones that we had in the Central Oregon area. But we are excited about the possibility of, expanding and filling in some of those gaps where there weren't historically monitors. But I don't want to steal the thunder about how you can provide input on these, so I will officially stop there, but feel free to digest this and I can take any questions if there are some, or if time allots.
Margaret, this is Rick. Thank you for all that information. Wow, there's a lot to digest there. I have a series of questions. I'll just shoot off here. If you allow me to. In some recent conversations with Carol Trango and reviewing some of the research that she's done, as well as others prior to her, it looks like there's a clear connection between smoke exposure or duration of smoke exposure and mental health impacts. And I'm wondering, do our community response plans include a mental health component?
Good question, Rick. So we, at this point in time, we have tried not to get super prescriptive with what the community wants to include into their plan. And that was kind of a cross-agency decision between ODF and DQ that we would really set the floor, but the ceiling was theirs to go for in terms of what their community's wants and needs and desires are. So we do try to, advocate, like I said, for those core components of the community response plan, but we don't, require anything above and beyond. And so there is a requirement that the local public health or a local public health approved representative. So anytime anybody steps in to be the approved local public health, we definitely get OHA involved to confirm that and to help us is in attendance. And so if those are topics that they want to pursue, then that would be, within their discretion, but we don't get, like I said, prescriptive that mental health has to be a component of it. So I hope that answers the question.
It does, but it also makes me think about some of our messaging that we issued during wildfire season related to smoke and public messaging. And maybe that's an opportunity then to talk about, if we don't already discuss some aspect of mental health, at least to start recognizing that that could be a real component. And before I move on to other topics or questions, I see two other people, Gabriella and Matt. If it relates to the mental health, please add in now. If not, maybe you could hold off until I'm through with these.
I just wanted to speak specifically to raising that important issue. And this has been an emerging issue for us. We issued last summer our climate change and youth mental health report. But more generally, we're interested in mental health. And of course, the CRP program really rolled out at the same time that our local public health authority partners were in the throes of COVID response. And they got funding starting in 2021 to develop climate and health plans. And this is, but again, it's been a very slow rollout for them. They're really just getting under steam in a real way, starting this past summer on really focusing on that. And we are providing them a lot of technical support. And as they get their feet under them, this is something that we're going to try to support them on, both in engaging in the CRP context and more generally that nexus between wildfire smoke impacts and mental health. And colleagues in our Jamie Bash and our health security preparedness and response, in terms of in the moment response, we have another team that kind of tries to help our local partners on that front, but it is an important issue. So thanks for flagging.
Matt, did you have a question or comment related to the mental health aspects? Okay, Matt's not responding, so I'll move on. With regard to the NAC's public comment period, is this an opportunity for the SMAC to provide comments to EPA? Is that within something we would consider as a group. And that's a rhetorical question right now. That's something that after we hear that presentation on the proposed revisions, maybe we could raise that again, see if it made sense, or if we just address that individually by individual agencies and private individuals there. But it could be a role for the SMAC. Margaret, I love that idea where you're talking about proposing that, you know, the state purchase air curtain incinerators. I understand they do that in California, and it's been very successful. And you know, after your testing, perhaps with some you know, funding from the legislature, I think that could be a great way to reduce emissions in the state and give a much cleaner alternative than pile burning. So love that idea. Let's see, and then I think the last thing I want to mention is when you talked about these community response plans, I got contacted by Jackson County, and I found out from our researchers up in our Seattle Fire Lab that they're working with the state of Washington to develop some real-time smoke modeling based upon for prescribed burning, and displaying that on a map that they could share that with DNR and the public. So that I've talked to them about doing that for Oregon. They certainly said it's something they would consider. It gets down to the logistics of us being able to get the burn information to them in a timely manner, such that and ingest that sort of automatically into their system, where their system would run their models and display the information in an automatic way. Jackson County was excited about that. You know, I'm sure that could be helpful, unless the model's just giving us really bad information, then that's probably not that helpful. Just want to mention that. And that, I think that's all the comments I have, so thank you. So if nobody has anything else, then we can move on to the OHA report out. Gabrielle?
Thank you, Rick. And good morning again, Gabriella Goldfarb, Environmental Public Health Section Manager at the Oregon Health Authority. And I will, I had ambitions to send you something in writing. If people want any follow-up, I can work with Tim and team to get some notes, or if, I guess it'll be in the notes, so I'll make sure that it's complete in there. I wanted to report out on Senate Bill 762, the $4,000 in smoke filtration device funding that OHA got and went to our Medicaid folks, who fund both folks who are on the Oregon Health Plan through coordinated care organizations and other people who aren't part of those, but otherwise covered. For last season, we were able to distribute 5,000 smoke filtration devices to priority counties that Carol Trenga and team, our epidemiologists and team, identified. I think it's 9 priority counties where we see the highest incidence of smoke impacts. And then Oak Ridge also got prioritized in particular. And the team is looking at another 4,400 or so to distribute for the upcoming season. And then we are trying to encourage our coordinated care organizations. They have discretionary funding they could use for this purpose. So continuing to work with them to make it so that their healthcare providers can write a prescription for a smoke filtration device and get that covered. So that's on that aspect of smoke resilience. I'm sorry, I don't have specific numbers on implementation of another part of Senate Bill 762 by a sister agency, Department of Human Services. They're folks who develop any kind of emergency shelter, and they've been giving out grants for community cleaner air shelters. That funding was from 2021 in Senate Bill 762. The following legislative session and in 2022 legislative session that got augmented so that they could both address air filtration and air conditioning, and actually warming. So extreme temperatures and air quality shelters. So I can be sure to get some specifics on that for your next meeting. In my shop, we, out of 2021 session, we also got funding to set up a Healthy Homes Grant Program, and we'll be going to rulemaking on that this spring. We just got a task force that was set up by that bill, just completed its final report that we sent to the legislature, the governor, and the Environmental Justice Council per the statute. And that is going to be comprehensive healthy homes work, but there's going to be a big focus on smoke resilience in the grants that we give out. And that I wanted to flag one thing because this has come up so much already in your meeting, which is workforce. One of the primary issues that they identified as a barrier to effective implementation of the program is availability of workforce to do this work. And so to the degree that you all are in conversations on workforce and you have concerns about being able to do more burning and have more smoke out there, and there's conversations about that workforce. We also need workforce for contractors and others who can help make the people who live in those areas live in homes that are safer for them. So just hearing workforce all the time, wanted to flag that one. We have some other federal grants that we are prioritizing for air filtration devices. That money was given to us for COVID response. And of course, there's a COVID connection to good indoor air quality, but it also has, of course, smoke resilience benefits. So we're trying to put that on people's radars when they're thinking about where to invest those funds, which are specifically being invested in schools. And finally, I wanted to flag the Inflation Reduction Act that Congress passed in August. And yeah, that's going to bring such a big influx of funding to the state for all kinds of weatherization, electrification, et cetera. But it has a lot of implications for cleaner indoor air quality and more smoke resilient buildings. And so as that funding comes in to state agencies, to our colleague state agencies, we're trying to make sure that indoor air quality, basically health co-benefits are on everybody's radars. And so that should help with smoke resilience over time. And I think the only other thing I wanted to mention, it's not on the funding front or kind of healthy homes front, but it's an effort that actually Carol Trenga is leading from our side and collaborating with DEQ to give us a better picture of the impacts of smoke on health in real time from wildfires. Really is the focus, but it helps us paint the picture. Even though DEQ's monitoring network has really made such amazing progress in recent years and expanding, it doesn't cover all parts of the state. So how can we use good sound modeling to give us a picture of what's happening with smoke that we can pair with the information we have in near real time about who's coming into emergency departments and complaining of asthma-like or other respiratory type of illnesses. And I think you all probably have seen here, I think I presented a few years ago, or in the context of the smoke management rulemaking, it was from the Eagle Creek fire in particular that we just saw, an exact line of the smoke going up and the number of people coming in with complaints, with respiratory complaints. And we've seen that replicated with other wildfires. So it really paints that picture of the immediate impacts. So I will stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Scott?
Yeah, Gabriel. So I was wondering about your databases. I'm glad you're talking about people coming in with asthma or other lung issues. And I was curious on, kind of I guess a normal day, maybe the amount of folks that come in with asthma and lung issues, and then like a prescribed burning days, it probably goes up somewhat there. And then you were just saying the wildfires, of course, probably goes through the roof, So I think, yeah, to the degree that you have staff that can kind of give that to us in a graph or something, it really just, like you say, it paints a picture of what's going on here, and so I would encourage you to do that, not only wildfires, but prescribed fires too, because I honestly don't know, so I need to be educated here see the results here. And I know people also say, wildfires are one thing, but, transportation, I guess, is a big deal here, right? With just day in, day out, the fact that you drive a car, I drive a car, there's some particular matter, PM 2.5 related to that too. But I think when we think about wildfires, it's more the peak on a single day, that is through the roof, because you can just tell with your own eyeballs, right? Just go out and look at the sky, and it's for even healthy people, this is not pleasant experience. So anyway, your thoughts?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, and this is how we assess exactly what you said at the outset. We look at what do we expect. We have data we have comparison weeks. We compare the data, before Labor Day, September 2020, the weeks leading up to it and the weeks leading after it. And so we saw about a 25% increase above what we would have expected to see normally of people coming into emergency rooms around the state with asthma-like illnesses or respiratory illness complaints. And Carol is really the expert who can speak to that. But yes, any particulate matter from any source is of concern. And in regards to, and again, I would ask Carol to correct me or augment what I'm going to say here. I think at the levels that we have prescribed burn, particularly the burns that are happening near population areas, there may be an uptick, but we have a problem of small numbers, right? You really have to probably collect data over many years because it's affecting such a small population. And so we are, unless a burn goes wrong, New Mexico or something like that, I don't think we're going to see a signal for any 1 or 2 or 5 fire seasons, maybe over a decade. If you can correlate, where the smoke impacts happen, and it happens over and over. But I guess the burns are going to happen in different places to different people. And I would say, in terms of the juice being worth the squeeze, I think our focus is more on how do you build resilience of the population to the wildfires that we know are happening. And those are going to benefit people when it comes to prescribed burning, right? So if we really can focus on and the reason that OHA is, we've always said, the reason OHA is signed on to the relaxation of the zero impact standards is because of that recognition that conflagrations affect many more people at a much more impactful level than prescribed burning. We don't like smoke or particulate matter from any source at any time, but you have to make practical choices in the real world. So I think our focus, while we certainly are interested in looking, and we would like the data collected to be able to provide that evaluation over time, because if we don't see from prescribed burning, if we don't see significant impacts after we've had maybe a decade of looking at this, but it means we need to collect the data over a decade then that's useful information. If things like community response plans are doing a good job of identifying the vulnerable populations and communicating effectively to them, and our public programs are investing in home and school and community resilience, that makes it easier to support more prescribed burning, of course, and also the worst conflagrations we have, where we definitely see the health impacts, that also provides credence to the need to have effective prescribed burning programs. So I'll ask Carol, do you have anything I said that you should correct first off, but anything else you want to add?
No, definitely nothing needs correction, Gabriella. I think you covered it. There is the importance of accumulating multiple years of data, especially in small population centers, so we can have a better look at the data. And another concern, which I think Rick brought up, is we're starting to look more and more at cumulative impact. And eventually, that may become a bigger part of the equation when making some decisions around smoke exposure to communities. And that work, again, is just starting. So that's another thing that we're considering and looking at, as are many other states. Yeah, so thanks.
Great.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Got a thought, Rick, Kyle in the room, if I might. And I guess it might be a question, Rick, a combination, even Gabrielle, the effort, and I had not been aware of the mental health research. I'd be interested in what kind of a duration they're seeing is starting to have an impact. And obviously the emergency room data you were just talking about, Gabriella, and Carol, you were just mentioning about decisions we can make relative to smoke impacts. And it occurs to me that all of what we can control is relative to our prescribed fire go, no go decisions and forecasts and that kind of stuff. And I'm wondering, Rick, maybe you can help fill it in. As we're learning all of this stuff and getting better metrics, is there a portion of the feedback loop that is tying into the fire management decision making? And I think as we're looking primarily at the cause, right, long duration exposure to wildfire smoke, and is there an opportunity for the decision makers, the forest supervisors, district rangers, to get some of this data and modeling and go, okay, we need to make some different decisions on this fire, and maybe that's already happening, but it occurs to me we as a state are collecting a trove of knowledge that I'm not sure is getting utilized where it might matter most.
That's a great question, Kyle. As you know, the culture of the firefighting community is one that, like most cultures, are resistant to change. Nonetheless, there are, I should say, communication is occurring to fire leadership on a daily basis during wildfire season. In that they become aware of the health impacts, the cumulative exposure, and where these are happening, and where they have the ability to change tactics. Meaning, if the fire objective is not full suppression and something else, then they might consider another tactic to take. More moving towards full suppression. And when I get into my report out here, I could show you some of the tools that we're developing to allow that conversation to happen. And then during the wildfire season, I sit in a daily, four calls a day with my leadership on fire and communicate about smoke impacts, whether it's for public health or for aviation assets, maneuvering around so we could stay out of the smoke and keep flying, et cetera. But those conversations, quite honestly, I'm sort of the lone voice in the room on that, but they do allow me the opportunity to speak at these things and share information. There So it's relatively new. I've only been doing that for 2 years, and I keep making presentations and talking to leadership and trying to get some of my colleagues in other regions to do similarly. And so I think we're beginning that stage. We're not where we want to be yet, but we are definitely moving in that direction. So good, great question.
If I can just jump in on that, I think one of the things why we are so excited about the community response plans is that they work not only for prescribed burning, but they are an asset during conflagrations, during wildfires. And to the degree that it's seen as a resource by federal partners to contribute to and make sure that those mechanisms for identifying the things that we have control over, Kyle, as you were saying, before the fire, have we identified the priority populations? Do we have good communication? What's the role of our federal partners in contributing to those communications, when a fire does hit, and contributing to those systems? We heard Lakeview being challenged locally to figure out a text system. We know how well the Central Oregon system works. How I'd be curious that thought about how federal partners can think about engaging and supporting before the conflagrations into those plans, which I know technically are for prescribed burning, but again, no reason not to realize their potential, their broader potential.
And there's something everyone in this room could do as well, is that every incident management team or management complex, there is a liaison officer and there's public meetings. And if there's a concern about smoke or too much smoke, everyone in this room has the opportunity to make that concern known to the incident management team. And they could use, if you raise it, the squeaky wheel gets the oil, so to speak, right? So if there is a concern about that, I encourage you all to contact that incident management team, which is available through InsaWeb or other, contact me or others, but you contact the team and make it known that there is a concern. And so that would help as well in seeing if there's other management options they could take if it's not full suppression already.
Rick, I think that's a great segue over into what you were planning to present your report out, and I'm going to keep an eye on the clock so we can get that
Okay.
comment in at 10:15. So we're blending a few topics, but that's fantastic.
Okay.
So it's great discussion.
I'll try and be quick to not take up all the time, so my fellow SMAC members have time as well. Can I share my screen now?
I sure hope you can.
Quick, there's three figures I just want to show to this group here, and I hope you could see them. Are you able to see my screen online now?
Yes.
Okay, so I have in front of you a map of the state of Oregon with a dot at every permanent smoke monitor that is both color coded and has a numeral digit next to it. And this map shows the number of days during the wildfire season in which the AQI, which is a 24-hour value, exceeded 100. That means it's in the unhealthy for sensitive groups or worse category, all the way up to hazardous. And along with the large wildfires that occurred this past wildfire season. And the first thing that jumps out is here, my cursor's pointing to Cedar Creek fire, and that impacted the community of Oak Ridge. 37 days in the where air quality was considered unhealthy for sensitive groups, or in some days went into the hazardous category. And there's a lot of ways to split and look at this thing. I'll show you another graph in a minute. But it also, the next largest community impacted was Lapine, Oregon, with 9 days in that category, and only got 6 out of that. It only means it's still awful. Down here around Grants Pass, they had 7 from Rum Creek Fire, Medford 6, which is lower than average. Here's an interesting story. Klamath Falls, which usually gets hammered by smoke from California every year, 0 days. I mean, that was a nice refresher for, break for Klamath Falls and Lakeview even. Portland area got 3, and out here in the Wallala area and Enterprise, they had a 7 days of smoke. So I do want to share with you something that we've been working on. I find the image here. So do I have to, can you see a new figure now in front of you, or is it the old figure?
Still the old one.
Okay, so I have to click stop sharing and then share again, I believe is how I understand the work with this. So, and let's see, so it should pop up.
There it's going.
Okay, so I can't see some of these figures because of this thing, move that out of the way. So here's a new way I have an intern, Claire Schullart, who is just brilliant. And she's a PhD student, about to get her PhD from the University of Washington. But she's been working with me on developing these cumulative exposure curves throughout the year. And this is an old version, there's newer now, but this will become online available to everybody in the future, that you could click in real time and see how an individual has cumulative exposure. Let's look at the community of Oak Ridge. Here on the lower part of the axis, the x-axis, you can see the time series from January through December. And every day in which there's a air quality measurement is color coded by the current AQI. So green means good, orange, etc. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this. And then you can see what happens during wildfire season, how that the slope of the curve really gets steep during that period and then kind of levels off. And you can see there's a cumulative exposure, even though we're in green for most of the year here in Oak Ridge, and then it really gets up. And we've been looking at this number here on the y-axis. What is a value that might be, when do we start getting complaints from communities that there's too much smoke? What, is it 4,000, 6,000? And all these axes are the same. I had Claire put them on the same axis, so it's easy to compare. But I thought this might be helpful in understanding. Imagine when we get prescribed burning, you could see the increase in cumulative smoke from a prescribed burn if it impacts Oak Ridge, as well as wildfire. And so how we use this is a new way of looking at smoke that's different than what we're used to.
Yeah.
So these are probably going to raise more questions than people might know how to use just yet. But it's kind of the field of dreams approach here. If we build it, maybe they will come. So I wanted to see this because, getting back to your question, Kyle, is I see communities building up towards maybe that 4,000 or whatever I get experience and learn as a threshold. I could tell the fire community, hey, look, we're getting really close to this threshold. Is there any opportunity to get more resources to that fire? Is there opportunity, if you're protecting that forest and not going in the wilderness for one reason, or protection of late successional reserve or spotted owl, can we switch that priority with the forest and get full suppression on that fire? That's one way to look at it. There might be a community member might want to look at this and understand what they're being exposed to, or public health might want to look at this. So that's a new way of looking at things that we're starting to do. And I have one more graph to share with you, and that is, go back to share screen. And here, click on it twice. What you're seeing here are basically plots of frequent air pathways into many of the communities around the state during August and September. And what I wanted to do here is see how does the smoke move into a community like Roseburg here, or Oak Ridge, or any of these communities. And what I modeled was July and August. I mean, July through September here, I believe. And so what we have when we do fuel treatments on the landscape, if we're doing that in these areas that are high frequency pathways into these communities, I know there'll be a smoke benefit that comes along when a wildfire comes along in that same area, because we've reduced the fuel loads in that area as well. So these are helpful as well. And when we get a new start in one of these frequent air pathways, that's also an indication to me we probably we have the potential for long-term impacts into a community. Now, admittedly, I only initially modeled August, July, mid-July through the end of September based upon the data. Well, as you know, this year, October threw a real wrench in us, right? It was a much drier October than expected. And we had that high pressure sitting over us for most of the month of October, about the 24th when the rains started coming and all the fires got suppressed. So I need to update these maps to include October, is now our wildfire season's more has changed, and it's also a time of really poor dispersion when the high pressure sits over us. I'm going to stop sharing there. And I think that's all I want to mention. There's a lot going on in the Forest Service, but I thought maybe that would be most of interest to everybody. Thank you.
Hi, Rick. Ooh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, Margaret.
I really liked that graph and I liked what you were saying about how it can be used to communicate effectively about priorities. And so I definitely would be interested in seeing, how we can work on that with you. I'm especially interested when you're, we're thinking about an incident in particular that might be having a lot of smoke impacts and how it can be moved from, managed to full suppression, because I do think at times we've not always done the best job communicating smoke as a priority. So I just think that that was an interesting graph and I liked it.
No, thanks, Margaret.
Thanks, Rick, for sharing that.
Sure.
One thought before I forget it, Rick, that last map you showed, and you made a comment about how that might help us in terms of prioritizing fuel treatments, and right now in Oregon, 20-year strategic plan development, all that kind of stuff, making sure that are you plugged into that on the Forest Service side so that you can offer that into their prioritization? Because I can guarantee you right now, the group of people I sit with at that table don't have a clue about what that work you put together right there.
Yeah, well, thanks. I've been, I just published a journal article on that. It got published in the International Journal of Wildland Fire. That was the first step. And I did several presentations on this to some external and internal groups, but I haven't seen the Forest Service really latch onto this in terms of embracing it, in terms of their approach. So, maybe that will change. I'd welcome the opportunity, but for years, nobody knew how to account for smoke. They all acknowledge smoke is not a good thing, but they didn't know how to include that in any kind of risk assessment or land management plan. So this was a first attempt.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's interesting to me, the QWRA, if folks aren't familiar with that, that's kind of the gospel for how we determine what's at risk from wildfire in this state, right? There's 57 or 52 different metrics in there, ranging from habitat at risk to infrastructure to et cetera. What I'm pretty certain of is that the likelihood of the smoke from a given area impacting a community is not part of that consideration. I think, again, given all these conversations and how much investment we are putting into protecting people from, it absolutely should be. And it may change where that focus would, ought to be for the first treatment or at least the initial 5 years here. So anyway, I guess it's just a rah, go Rick, get this thing out there as much as you can.
Yeah. And I mean, I agree. I've been at those tables where they're doing compartment reviews and you never see an air quality person. You see a wildlife biologist, you see all these other people. So I think it's really important work. So thank you, Rick.
Welcome.
Okay, we have two other SMAC members for reports, for potential report outs. Let's go with Scott, and then we'll follow up with Kyle next, and I'm keeping an eye at 10:15. So.
Okay, thanks. So anyway, as Margaret's already mentioned, we've met with, I think it's probably 3 times since last June. We've had Zoom meetings talking about rules outside of ODF protected lands and how, in particular, forest landowners and the group I'm in, small woodland owners, seem to have land that is close to also quote unquote large population centers, and the rules are such that that they don't allow prescribed burning. And so we're talking about that. I'm grateful that DEQ, because they have a lot of things on their plate, can assign some time to talk to us about that, and we'll keep working on it and kind of see where it goes. But I think first step is communication. Sometimes we take communication for granted. We think we're all excellent communicators, but in fact, so this idea of Margaret and Christina having a class at tree school, my knowledge, this has not been done before for DEQ. Had to have a representative there, so I'm looking forward to that class. I'll be sitting in on it, and hopefully there'll be some good questions that'll kind of help our discussions with the small woodland owners and DEQ, wrestle with this question. There's no doubt in my mind that there's a lot of fuel load close to big cities, and I guess the question is, what if anything do we want to do about it? And one fact, I don't know, a lot of you guys probably know more about mastication than I do, but it's using a very large machine, a very large track hoe with a kind of a cutting mechanism on top. And I was educated here just earlier this summer that the cost of that is about $400 an hour. And if you a little example, if you say, well, maybe we can do an acre in a couple hours, and you have 40 acres, that'd cost a landowner $32,000. So I just bring that up to you that that amount of money to some people is a small amount. Maybe to a landowner, it's a budget breaker. So I just want to put that up, that some of these techniques that we talk about, we have to continue to find ways to make them available to you might say, the average small landowner. So I think I'll stop there. Any questions I can answer for you?
Hey, Scott, this is Margaret. I think Tim and I both maybe were jumping on to say something. So I did want to just mention that part of the DEQ funding for the Alternatives to Burning and Smoke Mitigation Project with Biomass One does include an economic analysis at the end about the feasibility of this. And the cost per acre. And so we will be getting some more information that we can look at. Hopefully we'll be able to debrief on those things at the next SMAC meeting.
That's a great comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Scott.
Sure.
For folks that have joined that are interested in providing comment, I'm going to triage that quickly before I get to Kyle here. If you're interested, feel free to turn on your video or raise your hand in the interim. We'll give you a few minutes and then we can line that out and plan accordingly. So if you're interested in providing public comment, the hand raise button is under the reactions in the bottom of Zoom, or just turn your camera on and we'll call you out. So appreciate it. Thank you. Kyle.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Maybe not I don't know whether it's a lot or not, but as Tim mentioned, we're engaged pretty heavily in the development of in the working on that House Bill 2985 and 2986. Those conversations that are going on with the Oregon Prescribed Fire Council, making sure that those bills land in a place that we can assuage some of the liability issues. And frankly, that's really starting to expand rapidly in our world. The insurance industry really tightening down the screws. If anything that your company does touches the word fire or wildfire, we're having some serious challenges getting reinsured. influencing management decisions, which are not great for ongoing fuel reduction treatment across the landscape and all of that. And so there's no easy fix there. And I'm not sure that those bills are going to be that fix necessarily, but I think it's worth awareness for this group that every time I turn around, there's some sort of a implication from the insurance industry on our ability to conduct important management work out there. And there's not a there for this group, but just an awareness item. Again, that 20-year strategic plan that ODF and all of the federal agencies, there's so many layers to it. I'm not going to try and describe the details to you guys right now, but that's potentially significant. Like as you look to Washington, the DNR has a 20-year strategic plan that they put together a couple of years ago to try and prioritize where they're going to put the money on the ground. And as we see the IIJA dollars and the state investments, and you're going to see more, not just the 762 grant opportunities for mitigation funds, but and resilient landscapes, but I think you're going to see more out of this legislative session. And how do we ensure that that's not just a wag across the landscape, right? This 20-year strategic plan is intended to be focusing all of the agency efforts and all of those dollars in some sort of a cohesive, well thought out strategic plan to put it on the ground. And as is all things currently in Oregon, there are just so many interested stakeholders that it's hard to get to a point of progress. But anyway, we're making that sausage now too. And I think that's worth you guys knowing about. And to your point, Margaret, somebody in the air quality health realm being engaged in that conversation would make a lot of sense, I think.
Is that with Nate Beckman?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I have talked with him, so at least we are on his radar.
Good.
But I will re-engage on the importance, but I think also having your support about like how we can intertwine all of this. So,
Yeah.
but so good news. It's not like we were, we didn't have any radar,
Good.
we have engaged a little bit, but I will send an email between the three of us just about how we should connect about getting Rick and some of this analysis into action.
I think that would be awesome. And Nathan's great. He's again trying to balance about 387 different stakeholder inputs and what should be the most important, and kind of classic, at least in my opinion, ODF, right? Trying to figure out a way to make all 387 people happy with it. And that has a chance to gum up the works, but there's just a void of the public health conversation in the ingredients there right now. So that'd be awesome. I think the last couple things, OFIC is engaged. Thanks, Margaret, in that biomass utilization working group. Tyler from my office is engaged in that conversation. We're super interested. And we've got members that outside of this kind of the state stuff, there is private industry right now working really hard to try and find opportunities for alternatives for additional biomass utilization. Like we're tinkering pretty hard out there. And so the work you're doing in terms of the permitting and trying to streamline all of that and the assessment of the emission, all of that is going to be so important because we're going to get there. I think as a private industry, I think we are nearing a point where it's going to be like, okay, we can actually make this work. And the only thing going to be standing in the way of that is a mountain of permitting bureaucracy that's going to go at cross purposes for us to actually put it on the ground. And so I think that's as important as just about anything we're working on right now. And then the last thing is major bummer, that Red Rock fuels in Lakeview. And some of you probably know more than I do about it, but it doesn't sound like that's gonna turn out to be a thing, which is really a bummer because we had both members and non-members in that Lakeview, Klamath, Woodbasket area that were ready, lined up, had supply agreements, were planning on pushing go on getting a bunch of slash sent their direction, and it's just not going to happen. So probably not a surprise to most folks, but that's where we're at. I think that's it, Tim.
Thanks, Kyle. So with that, I think Rick, we'll move on to a public comment. I see Mike White's got his hand up here, so if we'll transition right on over to that. So Mike, have at.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I appreciate it. Appreciate the discussion. Excuse me, I've been down sick all week and missed a conference I was supposed to be at in Medford. And so anyway, this is the most productive thing I could be doing today. So I appreciate the comments and whatnot. The certified burn manager program, I've talked to multiple districts in Southern Oregon, and nobody, number one, has looked at it close enough or knows anything about it. And then the landowners want to know how that's going to increase their accomplishments. And I don't think it is going to increase their accomplishments. I think the amount of time, energy, and expense, and I applaud the effort around the communities for the air curtain burners and things like that. But, you know, originally we went to a best burn day policy, which means you burn everything you can on one day with the least amount of impact. If you get a little impact, that's okay. But we don't get a 3-week impact here in Coos Bay from Eugene to Coos Bay for 3 weeks, where you can't see a half a mile from the Cedar Creek fire because of federal fire policy. That's a comment that was brought up earlier and good discussion. I'm on an incident management team. We are full suppression. When we go after fire, we go after it. Regardless of the terrain and things like that. Anybody with ODF is aware of that. And in Southern Oregon, the Rogue Siskiyou had as many, if not more, fires than the Willamette did. And the Rogue Siskiyou put all their fires out. Amazing. Because of their local fire management policy and the forest supervisor direction is where it comes from. We saw a change in that when the forest supervisor that was around during the Biscuit fire left, and we started trending that way. So it's not just an overall arching policy, it's the individual manager that makes that decision and how they communicate that to their people. And so that's a big one there. So, you know, with that, that's probably enough said. But like I said, you know, folks on this end, we do a lot of burning directly south of Coos Bay, 2,000, 2,500, 2,900 ton units. We do burning directly in the middle of the Coos Bay SSRA, 2,000 ton units, and have very minimal impact because of the fact that we use the best burn day policy, and which ODF doesn't have the authority or the, I guess, flexibility to go out and help their landowners to do that. So, I mean, we can touch off 2,500 tons of slash right in the middle of Coos Bay, basically, and it'll have minimal impact for maybe a day, and then it's gone. And we work hard with our landowners. We guide them and direct them. I think there needs to be a much larger focus on the best burn day policies and burn as much as you can on the days that are good days, and don't burn on the moderate or the least productive days. And so that would be there on that, you know, it's frustrating to listen to the amount of money that's being tossed around at all these different programs, but nobody has brought up or talked about how do we communicate the best burn day policy to our landowners, and how do we support them in that? And maybe ODF doesn't have that flexibility. Unfortunately, we do. The other thing that Kyle mentioned was the risk adverse to fire. We've had a couple TMOs buy out 170,000 acres over the last few years that, well, Weyerhaeuser and then a TMO And now I'm sitting looking at 3 years of slash and piles that haven't been burned, 2,500 acres that's covered in piles and landings that they're not going to burn because they cannot burn it themselves, and they can't find the crews to burn them. And then the cost to get the crews here. We've attempted to go out and say, hey, we'll come help you. No, if we go help them, we have to have that liability. And so that's a big one. That insurance liability, that fire liability is huge. To work on that. So, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. So with that, that put us almost right back on time. Next thing up, we had a break scheduled in the agenda, and then let's return at 10:35 here with a prep for a discussion, opportunities and threats to prescribed fire. I have a list of about 5 or 6 items going through, but they're not fully inclusive or exclusive of anything else. It's just to get our minds thinking and really open the door on what this topic really means. The reason for this topic on the agenda is the department will be submitting a report to the legislature in June that describes the opportunities and threats to prescribed fire. So having SMAC help facilitate that discussioning and get your thoughts is important in that, and to help building that report out. So let's take a break here. Let's return at 10:35.
Note the unprecedented neurophysiological response. Your grilled chicken sandwich sauce really is real good.
All I needed to hear, flavorful chicken sandwiches, tasty and healthy dish.
Well, I have 10:35.
Yep, we're gonna get everyone back in their seats here.
Okay.
That's what we're after. That's what I need the education on.
They didn't know it at the time I said that, Rick, so we're catching up.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom back out, so you're gonna end up looking at a table here.
Okay.
I'm gonna zoom in a little bit as best I can.
Yeah, if you could all just sit right next to each other, we could really see you.
Yeah,
And I'm kidding about that. You don't have to.
I put in my notes of a smaller horseshoe next time. Because if you give people the space, they will take it. So,
Yeah. On my screen, you're probably a quarter of a millimeter tall there, so it's hard to see.
so for folks who are following along and when we're in the room here, in the upper right-hand corner of Zoom, there's the little thing that says view. And if you turn it to speaker, it'll highlight the box of folks in the room so you get a better view of there. And I'll try to keep the camera moving to whoever is doing the talking at the time. So with that, wanted to move to a topic. I have 6 items on my list, and we'll see how many we get through. And some of them we may have caught a little bit, but just wanted to systematically kind of prompt some discussion as we walk through these. So on my opportunities and limitations list, and I probably have more limitations on here than I have opportunities. Because that's generally the limitations are what we need to be successful, but they do go hand in hand. So I have workforce and a couple different bullets on that. Liability as one, cost, airshed, social license, and technology. So those are the 6 things that I have on the list. So when we'll start with workforce, and as we fizzle out through each topic, we'll hop into the next one. And if there's if committee members have some other additions they want to toss into the mix, have at. It's meant to be meant to prompt discussion here, and I'll just keep facilitating the best I can. So starting with workforce, I wrote down a few things just to get people thinking here. The skills needed to do the work, the bodies needed to accomplish the work, and I put with them the equipment people need to do their jobs. There's those 3. And I do not plan on doing much talking outside of just moving stuff along. So with folks, if committee members want to just come off mute, have an open dialogue here, I'll take notes the best I can.
Well, I guess I'll start. Great list. Need to write all those down, but one thing I didn't hear was weather. And weather has to be right in order for our fuels to be in right condition to get the right kind of fire behavior we'd like to have for understory burning, of course. So we need that, and weather to be able to get to our sites. Get too much snow, it's hard to get to some of our piles sometimes. So certainly weather is a limiting factor. In terms of about what we can do about that, I don't know if this is the time to mention that, but I think it would be really helpful if the ODF could produce a map with a list of how many opportunities are there in a year, with an average and maybe a range, min-max, in which in each of the fire weather zones that they forecast, based upon the historical data that they have. Because the reason I mention this is as we're trying to, change the trajectories of our forests in terms of fire behavior and wildfire risk, it's our job to kind of figure out how many acres we need to treat, and on a per year basis. And usually that's defined by NEPA, which typically has a 10-year shelf life. So if we get a project, let's say it's a 20,000 acre project, we've got 10 years to do that, try and get 2,000 acres done per year. And then we look at, well, how many opportunities do we have per year to do that? ODF could really be helpful in providing us sort of a understanding of what they see as how many opportunities there are typically in that particular fire weather zone to do that work. Then we could divide the total that we need to get done per year by the typical number of days. And then we have sort of a target now for what we typically could accomplish on a per burn basis. Okay. So if we get, for example, if it was 2,000 acres a year and we had 10 opportunities typically per year, then we know, take 2,000 divided by 10, we're trying to target 200 acres at a shot, okay, in order to meet our goals. So I think there's a role for us then to play with ODF and ODF to play in terms of how often we could, what should be the optimal size of our burns in order to meet our objectives. So I think that information could be really helpful to us if ODF was able to pull that information together. So thanks for listening.
Essentially forecasting what a year, I'll call it a budget of how much you'd anticipate burning based on a normal season, or a maximum potential or average potential, something like that, like a acres accomplished potential for the year.
Right. Well, it would be, that would be what we would provide, right? Or you could provide a historical data too, because as we look at trying to change the trajectory of the wildfire risk, we're challenged to figure out, well, how much do we need to do on the landscape? And I've heard all sorts of numbers, 20% increase, 40% would do it, or, all sorts of numbers all across the place. But I'm challenging each of our districts to produce those numbers, okay? So, and then I want to compare that to, when they could come up with an annual number and a typical size of a burn. I want to know how that compares with historically what we could have done, what we have been able to do in that area. And then in areas where, let's say, our desires exceed what we've been able to do, now we've got a very specific goal to try and reach. If historically we could only burn 100 acres and the goal is on average, let's say we need 500 acres. Well, how do we do that? Now we've got very tangible targets to dig into and be able to work together to try to meet both the goals of the land manager as well as the goals of protecting air quality. And with the changes that are anticipated to come in the future, and who knows where they're going to land with this new round of acts, it might become even tougher.
Mhm.
So I think there's a role for ODF to play in this new regime that we're dealing with, of the wildfire crisis. Thank you.
That makes my brain kind of turn wheels, Rick, relative to the workforce component that Tim has listed here too, right? And there's workforce needs across the spectrum in this realm. And the first one that's obvious is the people on the torch that are putting a fire to the pile or to the broadcast unit, you name it. And this is overly simplified, but in my brain, there's 175 rough, Tim would know this off the top of his head, right? Crews available in the summer to do firework. Now, a lot of those are maybe duplicative and a lot of those folks go home after a certain time period, but there's also a lot of those crews that are only seasonal because there isn't work to do the rest of the year, right? And to your point, Rick, if we knew, or we could forecast that there's an additional 60 days worth of work in a given region, then you could get those contractors to invest in what it would take to maintain those employees over that. Then if you start to think broader than that, and you get to Gabriella's point about needing help with other components of this mitigation and resilience work, you start to add all that up and you're like, okay, we've got consistent work for a year for 10 crews. And then from the private side, you're like, oh, that's perfect. I can invest in that and I can spread my costs out across 12 months instead of 6 months. And pretty soon your rate per acre or your rate per hour is something that's actually workable. And so I think it's actually, in terms of this workforce, to me, and again, overly simplified, just as I'm on the back of the napkin here, but thinking broader than just a person that runs a chainsaw, and then a different person that runs a torch, and then a different person that unloads whatever filters. I don't know what it is. I don't know why that couldn't be the same person 3 months, 3 months, 3 months, and then 3 months of fighting the fire. So anyway.
We had an example on the Rogue River Siskiyou when Nick was around, where we went down there and met him on the forest. And after talking to forest and their needs, we did this analysis of trying to figure out, how many opportunities do we have per year and per month. And we discovered there were a lot of opportunities in the wintertime that we were missing. And through that analysis, that documentation, that little report we wrote up, which wasn't really long, it was less than 10 pages, that was sufficient for, at that time, Rob Budge to go to his forest leadership and justify hiring of more crews during the wintertime to help with the pile burning. And that's really helped them catch up on all their pile burning there. So yeah, these numbers, and of course, when we do that, we're reducing fuels during wildfire season, which is also, helps for us to reduce the amount of smoke that occurs during wildfire season. They're definitely related.
Okay, for folks who are on Zoom, I did put my list and the sub list that I had with it in the chat. So I have a few things we'll expand on because folks in the room didn't get that information. Was liability I had on here was insurance, civil liability, trespass, that it had to pertain a bit to federal trespass, and then suppression costs for airshed, had weather and climate, social license, the impacts to rural non-SSRA residents and their them living with both smoke and kind of not getting as represented. So added that to the social license. And then for technology was forecasting, modeling, and data collection. So just so we're all on the same page here.
And Tim, you're wanting us to kind of daylight and flesh out some of these topics, right?
Kind of tossing some baloney into the piranha tank here and letting you guys go at it. So,
well, at the risk of sucking all the air out of the room, because I just went on a filibustered already, but on the liability piece, I know that that's a gorilla in the room, right? The insurance companies and the liability and kind of tamping that down. And I'm not sure that that's going to be, the insurance industry rides to our rescue and says, okay, we're willing to cover you for $2 million and go head on her. And I know we're tinkering around the edges with that 2985 and that, but at least this is speaking purely for my membership because we're in a unique position. We've had to adapt to kind of accepting this risk and taking care of it internally, right? I mean, you are responsible for the mess you make in our world. And so we've gotten to that point. And the things that have stopped us, I think, going beyond that, especially if we look in Southwest Oregon, where we're every square mile, is adjacency to the federal ownerships, right? When we are certainly adjacent to other private timberland owners, there are the flexibility in how you manage. My fire got 5 acres of Peter's property, and if Peter burns tomorrow, he might get 5 acres of mine, but we work that out. There is a rigid, inflexible structure when you are burning next door to federal ownership. And right, wrong, and different, or true or false, there's an expectation that 5 acres is worth quite a bit more post Moonlight fire than it probably is in reality. And so we just won't. And it doesn't matter if our insurance company says, hey, we'll cover you, we'll do all that. We just will not. And so if we're talking about liability writ large and throwing spaghetti at the wall, figuring out how we can burn better private lands next door to federal lands is the holy grail. And I think, I saw Cadence on here earlier. I think TNC would probably, I know that I've had that conversation with folks there. Solving that would overnight, well, setting aside smoke management clearance, solving that, I think, would overnight create more acres than anything else we're talking about here today.
Rick, I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit because I know ODS been involved with trying to proctoring some of these backdoor deals of working with federal partners. If they light it on the federal side and burned on the private, that's okay. But if private burns onto the federal side, that's a big no-no. And trying to be open and, having these cooperative works. Is there any movement on some of the direct connect mechanisms for the Forest Service side that may assist with alleviating that, or giving some, we won't, the US attorney won't come after you kind of deal, some assurances? Or is that kind of a no-go zone for the Forest Service's authorities?
Yeah, Tim, I wish I had the knowledge to answer your question. I really don't. That probably would fall better at someone like Dina Skelly than myself.
Okay. That's fair enough. I didn't mean to put you on the spot on that one, although I'm going to be good at that for the next hour. So everyone, Scott, you should be ready for that too. So, okay, that's a good one there. Thanks, Kyle, for kind of going into that. I was prompting that one, and I think that as hearing is, what folks, the fears is, it's capturing the fears there. It's having a highly successful program and a high success rate on prescribed fires and keeping them where they're supposed to be, and burning a lot of acres as well, is the fear and the risk. There's an appetite for risk that needs to be abated, and who takes that risk. I'm going to chalk that up as engagement with insurance industry. That can be and keeping in mind that I'm taking notes to pull this together to send it to our state legislators, and it's going to be written at a level where they can understand where we need to have some of those conversations where they can impact the program in a positive way. Okay.
So Tim, I had a question here, Scott. The idea of social license. Curious what this room thinks, people in this room. Do you think we have a social license to do prescribed burning on, I'm not totally sure where I stand on that. I think it's very helpful in making progress, not solving everything overnight, but making progress perhaps to less fuels down the road. But I've also heard people say that it's an impossible task, prescribed burning. It's it's just, there's so much of it out there that people throw their hands up, and anyway, I'm wondering how strong of that opinion is, and if it's very strong, then we're, of course, that's a threat then to prescribed burning.
That's a great point, Scott. I'll go anecdotally because I'm fairly new to prescribed burning, more so in my role when I came down to the protection division and kind of worked through the rules with Peter here, and going and listening to Oregonians about the last rule review and when that was going on through public hearings. And so I think that the social license portion, the reason I wanted to put it on here is there was a tremendous effort from the group that reviewed those rules and helped craft the new language, opening up the refining the definition for intrusion, adding smoke incident, and really opening the goalposts for more burning. And a tremendous public input or public outreach. And then as soon as the rules passed, to an extent that slowed down. You know, and I mean, I'm gonna chalk it up. COVID had a big impact on prescribed burning. All of a sudden it immediately refocused the discussion. But as we get into it, you know, folks are more conscious after COVID, are much more conscious about their health over the last 2 years and where they're at and what they're breathing and that kind of stuff, that it kind of, I almost, from an observer standpoint, seem that we almost need to rebuild part of that social license of why, where, and how, and that this stuff, that these opportunities or what's going on, these activities are not new. So it's just an interesting one where that big public input coalition, those relationships with the public, the Oregonians at large, are important, and they take a lot of energy and dedication to maintain. And I think maybe that's one of the blips where our legislators have an open ear to it right now, but the public may not, particularly due to large fires on the landscape and COVID and many other factors, sometimes largely outside of our control.
Yeah, just to also comment on this, this is Margaret with DEQ. I do think that the work we're doing with the community response plans and having tailored communication that comes directly from people within the community that are experiencing the same experiences also helps to build that social license, because often if it's somebody in Salem or it's somebody in Portland talking to a rural community that gets the smoke impact, they don't feel like they can build that same relationship with us city folk. You know, we have that air quality that, you know, is within the city that doesn't get impacted by, you know, area sources. So I do really think the work we've been doing around community response planning and helping lead that community voice is really important. And hopefully we'll be able to continue to do that work, you know, despite how the session goes and what happens. We, ODF, DEQ, OHA, should make it a priority to continue to assist communities that are interested in the community response plans, because I think it's the way to build that social license.
Let's go ahead. Have Gabriella has her hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to echo that, and in particular, just underscore the importance of communication to the community. That really builds trust. And if they're, to the degree that it's a two-way culture thing, if the culture of the burn community that needs to feel comfortable and know that saying, here's what we know, especially if the wind changes, smoke, you know, goes a different way or stays longer than expected. If there's a one and done, yeah, we checked the box, we let people know a burn was happening. But if they need partners on this side, but the willingness to really communicate, and that goes a long way with people. If people know so they can plan their lives and take precautions, that really builds a lot of goodwill. And so the community response plans are one mechanism for that, but you all are in the best position to know how do we kind of educate and make it easy for the burners who are in proximity to, you know, this is relevant where there are people, right? How do we make it easy for them and support them and make them feel safe to, you know, to communicate? You know, we, in environmental public health, we are constantly engaging, whether it's air, land, water, with people who are really concerned. And we're trying to give them accurate health information about what the real risks are, about how they can protect themselves. But when things are going sideways, it's, you know, we live by, we need to say, here's what we know, here's what we don't know, here's what we're doing about it. And that really just builds trust, even if it makes you feel vulnerable doing it. So however that can translate to the burn community, you know, through the community response plan development work and through, you know, separately the complementary work that we're doing with the public health system. You know, we're trying to make those things happen from the community side. This group is in a great position to think about how can the burn community be supported, governmental, non-governmental, to pitch in on that.
Just
My apologies, I actually have a meeting from 11 to 12, so I'm going to be back after that and rejoin you.
Rick, if you don't mind jumping ahead, I just want to circle back to what Gabriella was just saying. I found recently we gave a presentation, a collaborative presentation, ODF and DEQ, to burners at BLM, and we talked about risk and how smoke management is a risk management program. We're trying to avoid risk, and we talked about how communication is another form of avoiding risk. Something can be hazardous, and if you communicate that this is a concern. You could have a dangerous tree above a playground, very, very hazardous. But if you communicate that this is hazardous, you've drastically reduced the risk because people aren't going under that tree. If you tell people that we're doing burning and smoke is happening, it can be hazardous, you've drastically reduced your risk. So we've been trying to sell that also to burners. So thank you, Gabriella.
Great, and I'll join you back soon. Thanks so much.
All right, I'll jump in with a few more thoughts on this. And while I'm doing that, I'm gonna share my screen again. So hopefully you're not getting tired of my visuals here. So all these things that we've been talking about vary by location, I believe, except what Kyle was talking about. I guess that's location dependent too, when you said it's adjacent to federal lands. I don't want to lose sight of that. That's really important. When we had that fast tracks database working, we used to ask our burners if they accomplished what they planned, and if not, why not? And we had several reasons, like codes that they could just have a drop-down list and explain why they didn't get done what they want. And what was the limiting factor? They didn't get smoke approval, weather, they didn't have the resources, they got reassigned for other priorities, etc. And that started to help shedding light. What's the implementation barrier that we're dealing with? And that's what we're talking about here, implementation barriers. This map that I'm sharing with you now, I had our GIS specialist create. Took all the intrusions associated with the burns, and since 1997 across the state that I had access to. And we color coded the burns with the SSRA that it was related to. So I could zoom in a little bit, but here you could see out in northeast Oregon here, the purple color around LeGrand and Baker City, with a lot of burning that happened out in the Whitman National Forest there. Enterprise, not that much really was impacting Enterprise, but you could see a little bit there. A lot of Baker City's issues were related to the Powder River Basin. Get there around John Day and, Canyonville, that area, you had some issues there moving into John Day. Yeah, the Deschutes National Forest in Bend, you could see in Sisters, you could see all these locations on the forest where we've had issues, et cetera, throughout the state, Coos Bay, and down in the southwestern part of the state. This to me is a nice visual because now we see where smoke management, intrusions have been some limiting factors for us in the past. Because remember, each time we do this and we review what happened, whether it was a weather forecast that didn't work out quite right, or whether there was an issue with the burn, whatever, they resulted in unacceptable levels of smoke in this community. Granted, based upon whatever was the intrusion threshold back at the date in which these burns occurred. So number one, this doesn't tell us, well, this tells us that burns, it's not a problem everywhere statewide historically. It's a problem in a lot of locations, but not everywhere. So to me, this helps tell the story a little bit. Now I know where to focus if we're going to try to do more smoke, where I'm probably going to be very limited in the amount of burning I could do on a given day. So that's one issue. Is the resource issues a limiting factor everywhere? I don't know. I don't know what the data on that, maybe it is or not. But, this one, same thing with every, social license. We have a lot of social license around Bend. We might not have it to the same extent everywhere in the state. So by developing sort of this GIS-based layer of information, we start getting informed about what are our limiting issues, and then we could work together to start tackling these issues. But when we talk about them in general, that's a great place to start, but it's really sometimes a local issue that we, like Margaret will be talking later on the West Bend, trying to get burning done around there, and how we could work together towards resolving those issues. Last thing I want to say is there's lots of risk involved here, and we cannot take our eyes off of the risk of not doing the burning and what would happen if a wildfire came through there, because we know that through fuel treatments, we could reduce the amount of smoke from wildfires by as much as 40 or 45%. At least the one case studies I've done down in southwestern Oregon. So there's a risk from the smoke from the prescribed burning. There's a risk from not only the smoke from a wildfire burning vegetation, but into a community where you have the risk of burning furniture and houses. You've in the added toxics that adds into the smoke. You've got the risk from a fire burning down people's homes, structures, other resources that are highly valued, watersheds. So there's a trade-off that happens. We're not able right now under the current law to consider the risk trade-offs in our decision-making about whether or not to allow a prescribed burn to occur or not. Maybe that will change, but before we go there, I really want to test out our system and make sure there's no way we could get it done. And my experience in working with DEQ and ODF and EPA around West Bend has been really encouraging to me. I think it demonstrates a general desire, willingness, and cooperation that I have not seen before in my before in my career. So I'm really encouraged about what's going on there. And I'll just stop.
I like how that's laid out, Rick, especially in the different colors. It helps kind of identify and pull things, you look around Bend and what the issue is over there, but you said social license isn't the issue there. It's a different factor. And then you look down in Medford and you have Kyle's connection with the intermixed checkerboard. That's a different challenge. So it kind of compartmentalizes some of those challenges into regions and helps with the visuals. I did put a note down here, currently, as you mentioned, Rick, there's no flexibility for other considerations to balance needs. And to do that ability to have that authority has to be put at essentially the highest level to give that flexibility so it can trickle down. Otherwise you end up too constricting and into our current state. So that's just one of the items on there. You mentioned that was the last thing you wanted to say, but I know that that's not going to be true coming up in the meeting. So appreciate that, Rick. One highlight, I didn't remember this in my initial report out, but for the first time, ODF will be sponsoring a prescribed fire education piece with K2 News out of Portland that'll be running through the valley coming up in March and April. So it's kind of an educational piece partnering with them. We're doing one with for prescribed fire and mitigation work in the late spring. And we'll be doing one in June for wildfire prevention. So new emerging partnership there, but trying to connect with folks who we don't generally get interactions with face to face on a larger scale, and got a good bang for our money on that one as well. So had some resources available with some one-time funds and going to use them up there. I did want to add in one to get Scott's perspective on this, because he mentioned it earlier, kind of the cost for implementation and for conducting these, with Scott having a significantly different group than some of the other folks here. But what if you could go into more of that? Is it the prep work? Is it hiring a contractor? Is it the implementation? Is it the post burn needs? What portion of that if you could elaborate there, so we can get that view?
I would say it's I don't know, just, now I know there's some ways to get around this with, is it NRCS, has some grants that people can apply for to get some, to reduce fuels. But I was just merely trying to point out to the group, this mastication, which is probably a good tool in the toolkit to have, that someone who is not they're not doing tree farming to make their primary living, right? They live on some acreage, maybe 10 acres, maybe 40 or 60 at the most, but they're kind of a unique group of people because they probably commute into Portland. A lot of the people around that live in Washington County and Clackamas County. So they're I'm not saying all of them, but there's at least a subset of them that cost will just prevent using a tool, which makes a lot of sense probably to use that tool. And we're not talking about water here, but another one, we have stream rules. And guess where all these people live? They live kind of so they can commute to work. So they, there's a disproportionate amount of water around their property too, right? From a industrial concern that owns, hundreds of acres up on a ridge at about 3,000 foot elevation, something like that. What I'm trying to get across the group is it has kind of unique constraints, I think, here's the other thing too, Tim, is that when people come in and want to do this work for you, to make it feasible for them, the contractors, they want to be there for a while, right? Because it costs a lot of money to get the equipment to your land. So if a small owner is, talking about 5 acres here, 7 acres there, the math might not work out for the contractor. It's just like, well, they'd prefer to come in and work on your property for maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and then okay, so I don't have to put this machine on a lowboy and go somewhere else tomorrow morning. Does that make sense to you?
That makes perfect sense. Scale of feasibility, opportunity, the setup costs. It reminded me, we actually did a rule change that clearly allowed for cross-boundary prescribed fire joint, across property lines without getting a citation. So made that more clear. We've never actually ever enforced that because it was ridiculous. But we did clarify that this past January that was a allowable practice to help build that scale that is lucrative to a contractor. I know there's no lack of work for the contracting community right now with a lot of the funds going around, more of a challenge with finding people to get the work done for them. Kind of segued into one of the other items I wanted to hit on was, is there a skills gap? Knowledge base?
It seems like, and Scott may know this better than I do, but like if you are a small woodlot owner and you want to get this work done, where do you even start? Who's got that expertise to come out and lay out what it should look like, right? You might call ODF and hopefully they've got a community wildfire forester that can come out and do that work for you. But say you're not in an ODF district, there's plenty of that in the state. I think our bench strength for contract foresters is really thin right now, and certainly ones that know anything about fire is even thinner. So that might be a pretty significant workforce gap.
I think you're onto something there, Kyle, that the landowners that I have met, they're not all professional foresters. They might be a school teacher, they might be a nurse, they could be anything. They maybe received their land through an uncle that passed away, and they just learned about it recently, and then so they, what this begs is education, that's why things like tree school, like ODF, like Margaret going in front of tree school and talk to these people. She's helping fill that knowledge gap, that these folks, because it's basically, you're either going to go to an extension forester, you're going to go to ODF, or you're going to go to, Oregon State foresters that, are in several of the counties too, and seek that very basic education. But that's that is a limitation, that if you don't have the forestry background and to go out and get a contractor for, with these large expensive machines, I'm not sure you maybe have the savvy, to kind of get it all lined up and to have an idea of how long will this take, well, I don't know. I've never done it before. Had a masticator here. So I probably can't give you that down to the hour, what that would take, but I just know contractors, and I don't blame them one bit for this. You're totally right, Tim. It's about scale. They want to come in, and actually the longer they're at your place, the better for them. You have to understand that. So, and that doesn't work favorably for people that own, say 5, 7, 12 acres of ground, probably.
Yeah, so I'm going to jump in. This is Margaret, Oregon DEQ. I absolutely think it's good for us to think about who's the first touch point to small woodlot owners. And I do think that the stewardship foresters with ODF, because they go outside of the fire protection district, they go well beyond. And so I have been collaborating with them. I think that's one benefit of having a forester at this role at DEQ, is that I am a consulting forester, certified forester, and have worked in that capacity in Michigan. And so I think that helping them understand what funding is available at what scale and the information that they could provide. And, one idea that we could do is that, ODF and DEQ, we could kind of maybe create a handout that we could equip the stewardship foresters with, something that's, that they can share with landowners about various opportunities and resources. So that's an idea that I have. But, part of the training we did last year, the slash management techniques outside of ODF protection boundary, that was in collaboration with stewardship foresters. And our goal was to either reach, other stewardship foresters or consulting foresters. But I do think that if I had to guess, the stewardship foresters are the ones that those people are going to the most. But we do now have an extensive extension program that has fire capacity as well. And so potentially we could also equip those same people with that same resource.
Pretty good discussion for 6 bullet points.
Yeah. Tim, before you move on, there was a short go back I was thinking about on the social license, and it's kind of tied into the technology piece. And I guess I appreciate Gabriella and Margaret guys talking about getting the burning community comfortable with some of this communication, right? I think we're to this point, and actually back to your earlier one about the revision to the smoke management plan that we did, what was that, 1819? What that actually, I think, propelled forward was a lot better relationship communication between OHA, DEQ, ODF, and the SMAC and the burning community, right? We're having conversations differently than we did prior to that, I think. And it is a little bit scary too, because Margaret, to your point, we're like, hey, communities, smoke's bad for you, but it's coming. And so, get ready for it. And from a social license perspective, we're like, well, it's all about how we talk about, like, smoke bad for you, and I'm going to go burn this thing right here, and you're mad at me because smoke bad for you, right? And so there's like, that's our kind of like, yeah, you don't know if I love
talking more about the evils of smoke, and right, and I'm getting more comfortable with it because of the relationships here we've got. But that's I think a key consideration in terms of that trade-off, like somebody mentioned, right? Uncontrolled, long duration wildfire smoke, definitely bad for you. Unmitigated, dump it right on top of you, prescribed fire smoke, bad for you. Well thought out, well forecasted, well planned for prescribed fire smoke, potentially good for you in terms of a trade-off, right? And so to the extent we can message it that way, I think that's critical to building on the social license. And we've got the right people now. And so it's like that, you know, OHA DQ doing an awesome job of getting out, preparing the community. And then the hook is, and here's why we need to keep doing it. And to your point, like legislators, the whole state of Oregon, I think everybody is kind of galvanizing around prescribed fire good, uncontrolled wildfire bad. And it's just a matter of all of us saying kind of the same things for the same reasons, and us trusting in the process, and all of that is what I was thinking about on that topic.
Good one. Well, folks, still gather some thoughts here. I'm going to walk through what I have taken for notes. So to help facilitate this back when we saw that we had to do this for Senate Bill 762, we did do a little prep work on a document to help facilitate this. I wanted to get input on kind of what. So a lot of the bullet points that we had here was just validation and making sure we got them phrased correctly. One of the lines in this report is an assumptions box. Every time you try to do opportunities and challenges, you have to have certain assumptions. And one of the lines in here is the department would expect or is anticipating continued support from the legislature and the governor's office to increase the pace and scale of prescribed fire on all lands. That's a statement we are putting in there, because without that assumption that this is the direction that we're directed to go, we don't have a path forward. So we have that listed in there. Some of the notes that I got in here, and these are high level and they're in no particular order. So I really appreciate the candid conversation as always. So for weather climate, Rick's note on there of trying to develop a burn opportunities, or figure out which, if we can identify how many average days do we have burn, and what scale is those, you know, is it a whole weather zone or is it a subzone or some to that effect? So we'll investigate that one, Rick, because that one kind of tied into setting what the if weather's the constricting factor, the major one, which it generally in many places is, we need to identify that, and then all the other barriers essentially stack on that one. So we'd want to work on what we're really trying to get to. So you know, an average season opportunity map is essentially what I phrase it as. Workforce, I had on Kyle's point of you know, develop with that modeling of how much opportunity for work is available, balancing out the, you know, turning what is a seasonal need into something more of a forecasted permanent need, increasing workforce certainty. It helps with forecasting and budgeting for what's needed, helps focus skills and training appropriately for that. The liability portion, adjacency with federal ownership, going to keep that at a very high level with that. I know that's an ongoing discussion and it's worked all across the board. And I know that's work's being done there to increase that. And then also engagement with the insurance industry, DLCD. So ODF got put into an interesting position last year, working on a prescribed fire liability study with our Department of, and I put DLCD, but it's supposed to be DCBS. It's one of those other alphabet soup agencies, the Department of Consumer and Business Services, which houses the insurance industry and the Insurance Commission. Working with them, one of their recommendations in their report was that the insurance industry didn't know enough about prescribed fire to help assist. And it didn't develop that market. It was too immature. So kind of working there and continued work in that arena. The social license, continual and sustained public education and outreach at all levels, both public health and the burning community, and tying them together. So referencing each other's materials. Identifying when we can, if the accomplishments are planned but not getting done, why there's a limitation. So that's kind of an internal helping to gather the data to help form good decisions. Flexibility, or trying to find a place to insert flexibility for other considerations to help balance a need and where that's appropriate. So that's a conversation that I believe all of us could keep elevating to help push that one upwards, because I'm sure that one's quite a bit above all of our pay grades for much of this, but a good one to keep bringing light on. With the cost, continued financial assistance for, I put in here specifically small woodland owners, but not just for them, but just as a build resilient landscapes in general, of continually prioritize that financial assistance, both on the implementation side for getting burns done, but also on the technical assistance side, making sure we have the experts on someone's staff to be able to provide that education and outreach to landowners. Taking down barriers so that the scale is appropriate to make the contracting community be successful. If with a skills gap, education and available resources, making sure that's there, making sure the tools are there and available. Certified burn manager is a new topic on that, and I'm intrigued to see how where that fits into this. One of the big limitations is that it's only within forest protection districts. So that is a limitation of where those are effective, but getting that training though, that's open to everybody. So those resources are being developed, but a statewide technical assistance support gap is another note. So, and with that, did I miss anything?
No, but I did want to comment on
sorry.
the social license. I agree that the tone in which we discuss things is important, but I guess I would circle back that I think social license is easiest to understand when you think about not having it. And so I think not communicating about the potential impacts and then them existing can have greater consequences than communicating them. And so I think that's also a component that helps people understand is like, if you weren't to communicate that this happened and then it did happen and somebody couldn't take protective actions, they're going to have a far greater distrust than if you said, hey, here's what could happen. And I think one thing that hopefully will help ease everybody's minds is that working with like the stewardship foresters, forestry in general, they're used to working against a lot of, not well understood or even not socially accepted at times situations. And so they're equipped with kind of talking about complex things and how the tone and benefits of those things can have positive impacts. So I guess those are just a couple of things that when I think about it, we're in good hands because I think foresters and fire practitioners, they understand the benefits and they can set that tone. But I definitely think not communicating it is more worrisome. That's where I get at.
Thanks, Margaret.
Tim, I think I didn't hear on your list, but you initially had it listed was the NACs. We haven't had discussion about that, but we will, I know, coming up next. So we might want to revisit that after our discussion on the NACs.
I actually had that on my list before we even opened up, because I probably know that's tied with that weather and climate and burn days pretty intently. So, but that's definitely on there. Let's try not to get us too fired up before that topic popped up, but it's a good segue. It's 11:30, so let's head right over there.
Okay, well, I don't have a ton prepared because we did kind of go over this in our last SMAC meeting where I shared the graphs of an analysis that we did with our lab to determine based on the levels that were kind of being speculated, how many communities we would anticipate falling into, non-attainment without exceptional events demonstrations being put in place. So as you may all recall from the last meeting, there were several communities across Oregon, and this isn't unique to Oregon. This is across all of the Western United States that would need to do a lot of exceptional event work to show that we are in fact mostly impacted by seasonal wildfire smoke that is exceptional. So feel free to reference those things. So that still exists at DEQ. Like I mentioned, we are creating or drafting a official response letter to the EPA. I'm kind of on the outskirts providing input to that, but not on that team that's drafting that letter. I did have a meeting with that group and with our lab to talk about the smoke management SIP and whether or not it would be impacted by these changes. And again, we have to do a greater analysis on the various proposed annual thresholds to know whether or not the 24-hour is protective. But from our preliminary review, the 24-hour is far more protective than the annual. So we don't anticipate it impacting the smoke management rules. But again, I can't say that with 100% certainty until that analysis is done. But preliminarily, the 24-hour does look to be more protective in the smoke management realm. Peter actually did the SIP revision to include the protectiveness of the annual, and how that was done. I reviewed it earlier this week. Was playing out some of our worst case scenarios across the state. And it just showed that no matter if those worst case scenarios came true, it didn't violate the annual. I don't know if you recall working on that, but Randall Ruddick with EPA gave me the lowdown on where that I could find all of that. So, but yeah, at this point, we're all just kind of speculating what will come. I did note in my outline that although they've set the threshold between 9 and 10, they're taking comments as low as 8 and as high as 11. But I do not know what that means. I think they're kind of just asking for as much information as possible for information gathering purposes. But I'm happy to open it up for questions or discussion. And if anyone else from DEQ wants to jump on and talk about this, they can. I know Jennifer and Scott were also looking into it like I have been, and Peter, I don't know. I guess
Rick's clapping and he has his hand up.
The clap was a misstroke of my mouse there. I meant to raise my hand. So, Margaret, I'm trying to understand the implications or the potential implications of this. I have seen some maps prepared by EPA showing that if the annual standard was reduced to, let's say, 10 micrograms per cubic meter, that based upon recent historic air monitoring data, not current or future, that several counties in several counties in Oregon would likely then be reclassified as non-attainment. If that's true, I'm trying to understand the implications of that in terms of ability to do prescribed burning and any kind of what do you call that, conformity analysis that might be required for any kind of PM 2.5 source.
Yeah, I've seen those maps too that you're mentioning. They're kind of just like countywide colored ones. Is that the ones you're talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
And I don't know if the EPA is on, if they want to speak to this, but from what I've gathered from reviewing those maps was that without, well, I think, you know, with exceptional event demonstrations in mind, we only have one area that is potentially an area of concern, and that area was Klamath Falls, which is already a non-attainment area currently in Oregon. But I think it's more, it is pretty complex because we also, you know, we have monitors in that area that we've been collecting data on that we realized had some biases, and we've brought that to the attention of EPA. And so honestly, I'm at the mercy of some of the folks that are in the monitoring group to speak more on that. But I see Jennifer has her hand up.
Yeah, so I have the proposed changes open, but I can't share my screen. There are quite a few maps in there, but one of them does show the areas that would need to have emissions reductions measures taken based on the various standards. It is my understanding that areas will have until 2032 to meet the new standards. I could be incorrect in that. If anyone else has done a review and has better information, you know, feel free to correct me, but I believe that we have until 2032. It also looks like from the analysis that EPA has done, they have gone through and they tried to remove wildfire smoke from a lot of their analyses. And so they have taken that into consideration. You know, as far as the impacts that has on prescribed fire, if areas of Oregon are out of attainment, you know, that's something that the folks that deal with our SIPs and our attainment and maintenance plans would have a better idea of.
Oh yeah, there's the maps. And one thing that I also have to do a deeper dive on, and this is because Oregon is a SIP state, so a state implementation plan state, is there's some terminology used in these documents like that potentially could be defined differently in Oregon, like moderate attainment and things like that, which, so they're on my radar and I want to look into them, but because I'm not a SIP expert and I wasn't part of that team, I only know enough to be dangerous. So it's hard for me to exactly speak on it. But if there's anybody on the EPA that does know what I'm talking about, maybe they can speak up. But from what I heard, that's another thing that states need to look into, is that especially states that have SIPs, they might define things a little bit different than what the EPA has in those maps.
Speaking of not knowing enough and still being dangerous, I get lost really fast when we get to the federal level and the EPA and all those kind of conversations. But it occurs to me, as I look at that map right there, if you overlaid the recent Forest Service priority landscapes that they just rolled out for the fuel dollars in the IIJA, and that's going to match up pretty darn closely. And it's just crazy to me that one hand isn't considering what the other one's doing in this conversation relative to the federal government. And I totally get this is a health conversation in the EPA perspective, but it's like we were just talking about balancing the trade-offs. And where do we even introduce that part of the conversation into this process, and who and how would we do that? Because that is begging for the obvious point, like, hey,
Looking at that map and it lining up with the high and
Yeah.
extreme areas from the risk map.
Yeah.
They're all highlighted in green on that map.
yeah, exactly. Just those, you could turn those into, another risk map and it would be the same. West wide.
Yeah, so one thing that I I will say is that the point of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, that doesn't take into consideration these outside components. It is specific to health impacts and health risks alone. So it's not supposed to be skewed by economics or other goals. And that's in writing somewhere. We could read it better. But there's a second slide on the website. So yes, this is the area that I was talking about. So above, if we read it, it may have been like, can you read what the title of the first one is?
So the first map here reads as current state for the air quality. So if it was today, and then the projections for a meeting in 2032.
Yeah, and so I think this is what I have to get a good handle on. And I can't read all of the comments that are coming in.
Can you show the second map on this website? Thanks, Margaret. This is why the EPA works with states, tribes on smoke management plans, recognizing this significant challenge. If we're unable to use controlled burning to mitigate wildfire risk, we'll have more wildfires, which will produce far more toxic smoke than controlled burns. And I also want to make a note that both these links will be in the meeting summary too, when it's sent out. So they'll be available so folks can view them later when they have time.
So, Margaret, that's actually Jackson County that's highlighted there. That's not Klamath County.
Then it was Jackson County, which we are working on community response plans in that area. But
It's also a bullseye for wildfire risk on the state map.
it's very complex. Well, so one thing about this being not only an Oregon issue is if you see that map, especially if you see the one above, you'll see it's a West Coast issue. And so we are not alone as states with this problem. And so we are working the Westar RAP fire and smoke, as well as the technical services division are working on tools that can help to streamline such things as exceptional event demonstrations and to work collaboratively on these things. And I think I will circle back. I mean, Rick brought up, does the SMAC want to, put in their own letter? I just want to say that, we're at DEQ, we're encouraging everyone and everyone who's interested to provide comments. We think that that's an important tool for everyone to be able to communicate their thoughts and feelings on all of this.
Yes, it seems there's going to be some places where this comes to a head, where the risk from the smoke from the prescribed burning, as it could significantly contribute or cause exceedances of the NACs, could be, we need some sort of regulatory allowance to allow the consideration of the risk trade-off of that with wildfires. And in talking with Mary Ewell, Executive Director, the Western States Air Resources Council, which is a group of 13 Western United States air directors and some of their staff, that Mary suggested that maybe, it's not likely that the proposed NACs would allow for that type of consideration. However, maybe changes to the exceptional event rule might allow for that type of thing and trickle down to a state smoke management program, where I envision maybe there would be some way in which a we could all have some agreement and consistency in how we would do such an analysis. And hopefully it wouldn't cost $100,000 every time we want to do it. But how do we kind of take, which is worse, you know, the risk from the wildfire? Granted, it has a probability. It's not every year, but there's some probability out there for wildfires, and there's been a lot of work done with that. How do we marry like quantitative wildfire risk analysis with the risk from smoke from prescribed burning and weigh those two? And it's like, well, how much prescribed burns would be needed at what concentration before we exceed the risk from wildfire? You know, that type of consideration. These are the realities that we are facing in our communities, but we're kind of siloed in what we're allowed in the air quality regulation world and the state smoke management plan. So I should say that the Western States Air Resources Councils is having a spring meeting in Portland in the end of April. And I've been talking with Mary and Rhonda Payne about continuing a discussion on this. You know, we're, if needed, and I emphasize that, if needed, because we might be able to work together and not have issues like we're doing in West Bend, Margaret and Peter. But the if needed, we can't overcome the barriers there. What allowances would the rules provide for that? I think having that conversation and that discussion would be a good start to having more open dialogue and sharing perspectives from all perspectives on this issue. If we just close it down and say there's no opportunity for such a discussion, we remain sometimes in this difficult world of being at odds. But the reality is our communities live with both risks, and they're dealing with the trade-offs.
Also, I did find the language that the EPA uses. The Clean Air Act does not allow the EPA to consider costs at the critical public health stage. I think that's in writing. So when we think about the decisions, I don't think that the economics and stuff are being considered at that point in time, because it's not actually, it's strictly on the health science side of things, so. And I think Aaron wrote something more in there.
Yeah, I think Aaron had something in the chat there, and I think it gets at the comment I was just about to make. And Rick, I think you were spot on, and Margaret, right? It's about a balance, especially here in the West. These standards obviously broader than just a West Coast issue, and making sure that that conversation about, okay, if that's going to be the standard, how do we make the exceptional event process work better? All of that. And what I worry about is, are we too late? Right? They're already taking comments on a proposed standard, and maybe now is the exact time to present these ideas. And I think that's what Aaron was saying. I just was wondering what the timing of this is, and are we behind it already, or right in the wheelhouse?
So for Aaron wrote in the chat, noting these concerns and ideas, Rick and all, EPA Region 10 absolutely recognizes the challenges and needs around prescribed fire and fuels management, and we are also responsible for health standards under the CAA, the Clean Air Act.
Right. And so again, it's like, okay, well, health above all else. We're like, yeah, but there's a trade-off here. If we can do this prescribed fire, we protect the, right? It's a gross and net kind of a conversation. And I don't do federal stuff, and I'm under the impression that it's sort of an immovable object, meat rock kind of conversation. But man, there's a trade-off here, and we need to have that ability to pose that conversation.
We'll more than likely circle back to this. I have a couple action items written down for SMAC to consider as we get to the end here. I'd like to get Hillary set up for her impossible task of being between her presentation and lunch. So with that, we had her slated, so take whatever time you need. Feel free to answer questions. You can always come back and address afterwards, but I'll be, let's transition over, but hold your thoughts. If you have a few more, write them down, and we'll get back to them towards the tail end of the meeting.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay? Great, thank you. So hi, everybody. I'm Hillary Sales. I am the Community Outreach Specialist for Air Quality Monitoring. I'm based out of the lab at DEQ, and I am here to talk about the installation of 20 more PM 2.5 air quality monitors in Oregon. And I'll go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So after the catastrophic 2020 wildfire season, legislature approved funding for more PM 2.5 coverage in Oregon. This need was determined because of a lack of information for certain parts of the state. Basically, more PM 2.5 information leads to better health guidance. And the link you see on this slide here at the bottom of the picture, that is the 2022 Wildfire Trends Report. And what you'll find inside of that report is a discussion about the trend of wildfire smoke impacts increasing since 2015. And that based on AQI, potential health impact events are also increasing. The sensors were decided upon because these instruments provide real-time AQI information. They are correlated to the FRM, the EPA Federal Reference Method instruments. So yeah, they provide real-time data, which is what we want to see. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what exactly is a sensor? This is a diagram of the instrument here. It has a small footprint. It has a really simple setup. Simple installation. It has a fairly low power consumption, secure cellular communication, and a weatherproof enclosure. Since this photo was taken, there have even been some additional improvements to the chamber. The plan tower, which is the actual optical sensor inside the instrument that's embedded into, it's now a 3D printed chamber so that the sensor really fits securely in there. It doesn't have to be glued into place anymore. There's a fan at the bottom that brings the sample into the chamber through a heated inlet that is heated to reduce humidity, brings it through the optical sensors, and those sensors are the plan towers. The data is processed by a microcomputer, that's the Raspberry Pi. There is a zero air relay in there and an air pump that does a zero response check. That's a calibration of sorts. It makes sure that the readings are good. And this device is trademarked and provisionally patented by DEQ. We require a plus or minus 20% accuracy from the FRM, the Federal Reference Method, or the FEM, that's the Federal Equivalency Method. And we are able to achieve that with sensors. And that's a large part of the reason why we selected these instruments for the project of expanding the PM 2.5 network. We are going to be able to expand the network without sacrificing data quality. But this is going to be at a significantly lower cost than with other instrumentation. DEQ quality objectives and criteria, our data is measured following the Laboratory and Environmental Assessment Division procedures and required QA and QC. And again, we're able to achieve these results within plus or minus 20% of these federal reference methods using these instruments and measuring real-time AQI data. Next slide. Thank you. So where do we need the coverage? What you're looking at here, this is an airshed polygon map that was created by one of my colleagues, Aaron Fellows, at the lab. DEQ has an idea of where we want the next sensors to go. There are obvious counties that are not already covered where we'd like sensors to go. A lot of these are coastal counties that don't have coverage. Some of them are interior counties. For the most part, these are spots that have low population, but we know low population doesn't mean no population. What you see here, this airshed polygon map shows kind of where there are currently monitors, and we're hoping to show airsheds where there are a lack of monitoring as well. Other considerations that we're looking at, of course, are areas impacted by wildfire smoke. That's how this is all being funded by SB 762. Areas with EJ concerns. And of course, we want input from other agencies. We want ODF, OHA, local governments, city and county level. We want input from community groups. And at this time, we are gathering information. We are collecting information via a survey that has been put together by myself and some of my colleagues at the DEQ. And this has been sent out by a Gov delivery group. It went out to the Smoke Advisory Gov delivery group, which is around 20,000 emails or so. And then a few hundred extra emails that were put together for local agencies, city and county level, community groups, educational facilities, really anyone that we could get together to get that input. Next slide, please.
So we got a question in the chat. Could you clarify if the sensor could be used to determine attainment?
I'm not entirely sure if I know the answer to that question. The sensor is strictly a PM 2.5 monitor. So whether or not it can be used to determine attainment, it certainly can give input as to PM 2.5. But it's not something that can specifically give attainment.
I can help answer that.
Yeah, thanks.
So only regulatory monitors, so either federal reference monitors or federal equivalent monitors can be used for attainment and for regulatory purposes. So these are for information gathering, but we can use it for our intrusions and our smoke management program, but it wouldn't be able to be used for the attainment, but it would give us information, and that information could, if we found an area that was continuing to have impacts and problems, that might shed light on the need for a different type of monitor in a particular area.
Thanks, Margaret. Yes, and we do have the federal monitors in place. In the state, we have 9 FEM or FRM sites throughout the state, and then El Rapa and Lane County has 4 of them. So the sensors do not help us determine attainment, but they can help us determine if we need those in additional spots. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Thank you so much. So a little bit about the survey. This link at the top of the screen here, that is the link to the survey. Of course, I want to highly encourage everyone who is looking at this to go on and take this survey. This was sent out again to that Gov delivery group. It's been sent out to local government in each of the communities listed here on the slide. I know that's probably pretty small for folks to see on their laptops at home. But it was sent out to 30 different communities. And, this is just in the hopes of collecting as much feedback as possible on the placement of these 20 instruments. The survey questions include information about the level of concern about wildfire smoke in your community. The top 3 choices from this list here about the placement of a new sensor. And then, of course, an opportunity to provide any additional suggestions for placement that we may not have thought of. And so far in the course of looking at the different responses that have been coming in, we have gotten some excellent suggestions from folks where, we haven't thought of everything, of course. And that's the point of sending this out, because, we have data, but we're not out there living it. So, that's why we want to get this feedback. The survey also asks for any site location or site contact suggestions. And sometimes siting can hold things up. And so we ask for this feedback because sometimes this can help expedite the placement of these instruments. And we're always happy to work with someone who's a willing and able host for an AQ monitor, whether that be a school, a private building, some other structure. We always want to get that information when possible. The survey also asks what resources folks are using to get their AQ information, and for any other air quality concerns related to smoke. And finally, we are asking for personal information. It's not required that that information be input, but in case people have great ideas and we want to get more information from them, if they're willing to provide that information, we are asking for it. There are a few requirements that DEQ has when we're citing these instruments. We have specific topographical requirements. We, of course, take into account meteorology, emission sources, and of course, there's infrastructure. These things require a power source. And so, maybe someday we can go solar. And I'm sure, Lance and some of the guys, Dan at the lab, they're looking into those options. But right now they've got to be plugged in. Low power consumption, but they do require power. Okay, and next slide. So what is next? The list that we provided has 30 towns on it. As you know, we only have funding right now for 20 sensors. So not everyone on the list is going to end up with an instrument in their town. And in addition, like we said, there are communities that we haven't thought of. And so we might get some write-ins that might end up with a sensor. And so not even everyone on the list is going to get one. And in that case, we have a lot to consider. And so for all intents and purposes, we're going to have a wait list. And the hope is that, of course, we will end up with future funding for more monitors to go in at a later time. In the meantime, there are potentially other options for other communities that are interested in monitoring. There are some communities, Pendleton is one of them, that has set up their own network of sensors. Now, these are low-cost sensors. I believe Pendleton has a network of purple air monitors that they have set up on their own because they would like to become basically more empowered to make health decisions, make calls about the air quality in their own community, so that they can make the calls for local sports team practices and things like outdoor recess and stuff like that. With that kind of a move, and in addition to OHA guidance, it's better than not having any information in your region. I am set up as well to help with something like that. I can help set up quality assurance plans and help sort of climb the ladder of data quality, so that even with something like a purple air monitor or a different low-cost sensor, you can get up into a higher range of known data quality from like kind of a 50% give or take plus or minus range up into a 30% range when you have the ability to do checks on things like this. It's very possible. There are also grant opportunities, and I've always got my eye on things like this. One such grant that's in early stages right now is the CAMP grant. That is the Community Air Monitoring Project grant. And this is something that I'm working on with Meenakshi Rao. This is a sort of sensor loan bundle project that is going to be a bundle of monitors that will be loaned out to a community for a period of time, say 6 months. And a study will be conducted, and that community will then have some data to work with, and then those monitors will be given back to the DEQ. And so this is in super early stages, but we're planning that, we're working on this. This is going to be co-designed with community groups. So these are different opportunities that we're working on building right now. To kind of figure out what opportunities are out there for folks who maybe don't end up with, a government funded sensor in their community, but want to have more air quality information in their town. So yeah, next slide, please.
Another question here. What's the appropriate or appropriate. Approximate costs to create and site. Are there significant maintenance costs? Are these seen as temporary or long-term sites?
Is that in regard to the sensors?
Yes.
I don't know what the cost is of a sensor, so that's something that I would have to get. These are permanent sites. So once they go into place, they're gonna stay there. Time-wise, I believe that was a part of the question. I think the hope is that these 20 sensors will be sited and placed within the next 2 years. That's sort of the goal. I know that the first 30, when they were placed, it took, I think when I talked with Dan, it was about 3 years to get those in place. And that was over the course of COVID as well. So, there were some holdups there and siting took a while. Sometimes when it comes to the agreements, getting those contracts in place can take some time. But the actual installation of them takes hardly any time at all. It's they're really easy to get in place once we find a spot. Yeah, Margaret.
Yeah, I just want to jump in on a couple of components of this. The sensors would hopefully be permanent locations. Keeping them in the same place is very important for data. When they get moved, when monitors get moved, it makes doing a data analysis harder. As we're all aware, it's important to have permanent data locations. In terms of costs of the sensors, the actual equipment costs are not very high, but the data management costs are quite high. And so in order to have a sustainable monitoring network and have all of these things, we need to be realistic about the amount of staff time and work that goes into the data management.
Yeah, and this is Scott with DEQ smoke team. I'll just add a little bit, just saying that the cost is I think around maybe $1,200. Maybe no more than 2,000. So these are called, we kind of internally call them lower cost sensors. They're not a $200, $300 low cost sensor from Purple Air. Like was mentioned previously, they have to have QC and QA/QC measures added to them. So that's why they're a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Scott, and thank you, Margaret. That's correct. So they are exactly that. They are lower cost sensors. They're not in the range of, tens of thousands of dollars, the way that a lot of government and regulatory sensors are. Those instruments are very high cost. Yeah. Was there another part to that question? Okay, great. Was there anything else coming up in the chat? Okay, great. Well, I just, thank you so much for letting me talk about all of this today. I definitely want to encourage everyone on the call today and in this room. Thank you so much. Please go to the link, take the survey, and it's linked here again. Help us decide where we're going to put these things. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we are going to be sending out another round of emails about this survey. The Spanish version of it was slightly delayed. We had a little delay there. So we just are getting that one out. It is going to close on February 15th. So we have another couple of weeks before we're going to close the survey, but we would love to get as much input as possible. So thank you for letting me take up a little bit of lunchtime here.
Tim, I just have one quick question, if you don't mind. For Rick. Go for it. Hillary, I'm going to expose my ignorance here and just ask you a plain question, because I don't have any better way to put it. In the long run, how does this help us with expanding opportunity in the prescribed fire world?
Yeah, I think, Margaret, I may turn to you on that one, because as far as prescribed fire is concerned, I'm not totally sure. Where this is helpful is that it is going to help us monitor where wildfires are concerned. But where prescribed fire is concerned, maybe you can help me out there.
Yes, and we are working with Pete and the other meteorologists to provide comment on where these sensors are located. So it's more about being able to effectively implement our smoke management program. Because as I mentioned in our directive, and something that I'm working on with ODF and with OHA's help and support is, we understand that we can't expect our meteorologists to look at every sensor, every purple air thing that's located in every neck of Oregon. That's not really feasible for 3 meteorologists running an entire program. And so having these sensors and having an expanded DEQ monitoring network means that we can make more informed decisions in areas that we have a lot of gaps in our network, where community members might be pointing to purple air monitors. They might be pointing to things that have data concerns. You can't tell if always that a purple air monitor isn't placed under a burn barrel, And so a community member submitting a complaint to us saying, look at the spike in this purple air monitor on my map that I'm looking at, that takes up a lot of time and energy. And when we can say, hey, here's a monitor that we know is placed in an ideal location, is managed, and it doesn't have the same impacts as some of these monitors that are just placed no matter what, it really gives us something that we can streamline. I also, with our monitoring network, we have created a crossover between our agencies. So the monitoring network helps to inform our meteorologists. They no longer have to spend all day with all these monitors up, letting them know that there's been a spike. We've set thresholds and triggers, and it then sends alerts to the meteorologists. So in a lot of ways, I think it's going to be very helpful and informative. It'll also tell us more information about how smoke travels and what meteorological conditions are maybe impacting prescribed burn forecasts.
I think that's helpful, Margaret. I'm just super concerned it becomes a one-way ratchet in terms of, right, now we know, well, there's more places there's smoke, and now there's more SSRAs, and I understand the goal of protecting community health, and the communication is helpful there. I haven't seen that pay off yet, and so I'm leery, I think.
So yeah, I guess just the information is out there, but now we just have the quality and the quality assurance to be able to, like, we're not going to get away from people raising the red flag with their purple airs. And so I think it's better to have equipment that we can stand behind and can have placed in areas where we do want information. I mean, we know I've talked with Pete and Gary and Sherry, and we've said, like, man, it would be really, really helpful to have reliable information here. And so that's, we're going to, obviously this survey's out for everybody, but we're going to hopefully work with ODF, not only to really hone in on our preferred locations, but also to maybe provide support in setting up the actual contract locations. Having state land or state facility where something can be located is also very helpful, because then if something happens and the Wi-Fi goes down or outlet gets unplugged, we have staff there that we can say, can you get a hold of this district office and get us back online? So.
Okay, so I'll put the survey link in the chat. It'll be in the meeting notes as well. We'll get that out. I think with that, Rick, you good with us breaking for lunch here?
Yeah, let's just talk about whether we're just gonna have a 45-minute lunch, or we want to push back our agenda by 15 minutes to allow a full hour lunch.
I think we're good with 45 on this end, if that works for you. And we'll just keep the meeting running here and just turn off the cameras and mutes and that. So see everyone back at 1 o'clock. And I believe Sherry is up to give us the overview of fall burning.
Great, thanks.
It's already gone. All right, see y'all. Good afternoon. In about 2-3 minutes, we can hop back in here. Just giving you a 2-minute warning.
Hi, Tim and Sherry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. And then I'm going to share my screen for my part as well.
Okay, I think you got us, I have you set as a co-host, I think, so if not, I'll double check that, and when we get kicked back off here, the floor will be yours, so just hang tight.
Sounds good.
Waiting for, once Kyle gets back in the room, I'll give the green light here. Okay, thanks, everyone. Hope everyone had a great lunch. We'll be starting back up with the fall burn summary with Sherry Pugh and walking through what was all accomplished in the fall here.
Thanks, Tim. Let's see if I can get the screen share to go. And there we are. So I'm going to focus on our intrusions and incidents for the fall 2022 season this past fall. And then just a note too, I'm a meteorologist with the ODS Smoke Management, just in case you're not familiar with who I am. During this past fall, we did have one smoke intrusion. I'm going to provide some more details about it, as well as we had 6 smoke incidents. 2 of those incidents with the old rules pre-pandemic would have been intrusions. I'm going to point those out as well. So I want to start with talking about the one intrusion that we did have. It was in Talent in December the 13th. A few things happened for this intrusion to occur. There were some missteps kind of at every level that resulted. It wasn't a very simple case at all. The weather pattern at the time, a little more stagnant. There were some lighter winds and some lower mixing heights. And then clearance was provided for some burns there. Clearance, you know, maybe at worst might have led to more like an incident instead of an intrusion, just with some of the more stagnant weather and trying to get these prescribed burns going. The local ODF office asked us for clearance for some burns. They didn't ask us for all of the burns kind of located at that region that were being asked for. They asked for a few. And there was a misstep where more was cleared beyond kind of the list of what we were received. these burns that actually ended up kind of putting more of the smoke were not received by us. Actually, it was one of the contributing factors for the intrusion kind of taking a longer time for us to work out the details of, because we didn't have the information initially, and we eventually came to light with the research for this intrusion. So more was cleared than maybe intended. And there was also the burners at this location. They kind of noted it was wet. They also, these burns, what they did that actually produced more smoke, they were done kind of last of the list of burns they were doing, and they were actually at a lower elevation than some of the burns they had previously done during that day. They also decided to keep burning. We had a set time because of the stagnant conditions to kind of end burning, and they did continue a bit beyond that time as well. So this was not a simple intrusion. There was quite a bit of bits and pieces that occurred. It had 2 hours where it was at that intrusion level, and then shortly after 3 hours of more like a smoke incident level. And I'm going to show you the graph here that you can see. Here's those 2 hours that were above the 70, and then some time after as well. So that's the one intrusion that we researched and experienced over the fall season. And then stepping into our incident reports, I mentioned there were 6 of incident reports. Some of them were kind of a smoldering situation, as happens kind of beyond the forecast day, where they're smoldering overnight. This second one here at Coos Bay is one of the examples that with the older rules would have been an intrusion, but instead was an incident. And then moving on to the last 4, this first one, Roseburg, was also the other example of a burn that would have been an intrusion with the older rules, but instead it was an incident. So 6 events, and then with the new rules, we're able to burn more. You know, we're certainly trying to maximize the prescribed burning while very much minimizing that smoke impact. And that's our report of the intrusions. And I'm happy to take questions or thoughts about our season last fall.
Thanks, Sherry. That's actually pretty cool, that incidents that would have been intrusions on the last one. I'm interested in that first one though. Was there an AAR at the district level after that? Do you guys know?
Not that I'm aware of, at least from my perspective.
Okay.
We've been working through some of the coordination too with, I know that one said private, but working with private and balancing out federal burns and where those intersections are. So it's ongoing dialogue and improvements all across the board on it. But I think that might be a new land speed record for getting through the presentation with the significant decrease in intrusions. Which I remember the first couple of meetings I sat in for SMAC, there'd be like 5, 6 and go into details. So the fact there's one is pretty remarkable. Yeah. And yeah.
Well, and the other thing is that the meteorologists do a really great job of informing us right in the moment. So we've actually already all been debriefed on that intrusion and saw all the paperwork already ahead of time. So great job, team.
Sounds good. Coming after lunch and immediately ahead of schedule. That's crazy. Oh, okay. Any other questions about fall burning? Something for the SMAC committee members to think about is for this report, you know, we're with it being narrowed down to not having as many intrusions to discuss, potentially. Who knows what future reports would have? That's always an interesting one. But thinking about what would be of value included in there too. So not that we have to just talk about the bad stuff that happens, but if there's highlights for the good stuff or any other information that we can see about adding into these reports to keep the committee informed.
Maybe
I do have a question.
Go for it.
I'm just curious about what interaction there is at the local level, you know, in this case with, with this intrusion with Jackson County Public Health or Jackson County, the folks, the community response plan in that area. I don't know if the Ashland one, I should know better. Margaret, you can help out with that. But is there any light on because the whole part of this is how do we, our dog in this fight is the making sure that people are notified and can take measures and all that. And I'm just curious how, with these incidents, how we're looking at that aspect of it,
Yeah, so
or intrusions, I should say, in particular.
so good question. Talent is within the air shed that is a smoke sensitive receptor area, but outside where their 1 hour exemption is currently, because that's only right now in the city of Ashland, but Jackson County is in the process of developing a community response plan.
Okay.
One thing about it is, we're not kind of setting the threshold of like the community sets the threshold of when and how frequently they are notifying communities. But one thing that we're helping to do is the monitors that are located within a particular smoke sensitive receptor area, we're coordinating with them so that they can get those alerts in real time. So this is actually something new that the communities that we worked with historically, they were using EnviroFlash, which is an EPA like Air Now program, but EnviroFlash is no longer being supported by EPA. So with that, actually a bunch of our monitors fell offline on EnviroFlash. And so now when we discovered this, we worked with our monitoring network to figure out, can we set up those alerts to communities so that the communities have the same thing that the meteorologists have? So basically what I'm explaining is that the meteorologists no longer have to spend time in front of the computer tracking down everything, pulling up all the different graphs, trying to see what the air quality is. It will notify exactly when a trigger or threshold has been hit. So for the meteorologists in DEQ, we work together to define what those are, whether that's the intrusion threshold or a 1 hour, like the 70 micrograms for 1 hour, 24-hour average. We've even have some for 5-hour averages. Those are for wood stoves. That's what we've determined is like a good indicator of wood stoves. So now the CRPs, they can actually create their own threshold and get those same notifications from the monitoring network. It does take some work on our end to get them into our system, but Jennifer and Scott are providing those services to those communities. But in terms of exactly what thresholds they set and how they went about notifying, I would probably say that this isn't a good example of that because they haven't actually finalized their plan. So hopefully if this intrusion happened within Ashland, we would be able to collect a lot of that information because they're monitoring, tracking, and actually actively implementing. But unfortunately in Talent, they're still in the plan development stage. But Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, because that is your community. And she might not be on because she might be at another meeting, but I'm pretty sure that I can speak to that.
So that sounds great in the context of a community that has a community response plan. And I'm just curious, we have things like the Health Alert Network. It's out of CDC, but it's something that we have as well. And there's that flash alert system that you can sign up for all different kinds of things. And I'm just wondering for if there's a way, if that work is now being done to automate reporting when there are above specified levels, whether we can more broadly communicate that to the public health folks. So maybe we just take that offline.
So actually to follow up on that, it is on my very long to-do list to connect with OHA to get a demonstration of your utilization of the Aura Alerts network, because you use Aura Alerts to notify counties of certain components and then they take action. And I agree with you that I thought something like that could be done on the state level. So I've thought low hanging fruit is with wildfire smoke, but potentially it could be expanded for prescribed fire smoke. So it is on my to-do list to get a demonstration. Now that would require management and leadership approval to go that direction at DEQ. Currently, the subscription that we have to Aura Alerts is for internal staff notifications only, but potentially there is an opportunity like that. And we'd love to learn from the Oregon Health Authority of how you're implementing those things. So this is a motivator for me to really get that crossed off my to-do list and to actually set up that demonstration.
Great, we'll talk some more. Thanks, Margaret.
I have a question for Sherry. This is Rick. Hey, Sherry, be afraid to, share a little bit about some tricky situations in which ODF did a great job of handling the smoke forecast that you guys are really proud of, because those are important as well. And I know there's plenty of them out there. And then I noticed in the agenda, it said burning, intrusions, incidents. Do you have an idea of like out of how many ignitions that occurred this fall in which there were intrusions? Maybe a stat you could share with us.
Thanks, Rick. I don't have information on the ignitions, the number of ignitions. Some of that I believe is being collected later on, and there'll be more knowledge of it, but I don't have that information at this time. We deal with the tricky situations. It's daily. There's so many examples of when we're dealing with it's always a phone call as well, that we're dealing with the gray areas, the ones that are more on the line. This week is a perfect example of very stagnant conditions, and having to make sure we're limiting the burning as opposed to days when we can really maximize. This is one of those weeks. So one of the things that kind of balances this is the fact that when we're doing intrusions, or even looking for if an intrusion occurred, something that doesn't show up on this report is the time draw of intrusions that weren't intrusions. We found them, we did the time, the work, and we couldn't find prescribed burn to point to. That's it's quite the time draw for sure. So just waited, that becomes the focus, is the looking for the intrusion and things like that, so that we make sure we're not putting unhealthy smoke levels anywhere. That tends to outshine the good moments where we just hope to do our jobs the best we can.
Sherry, can you, I didn't quite grasp what you were just saying, that the time suck is tracking the things that don't have. Somehow I didn't quite understand what you're describing. Can you try?
So absolutely, this particular intrusion took a lot of time. We do a lot of calls, reaching out to local offices, the burners, figuring out our end of the pie, if you will, all the pieces coming together. There's also times that it was not an intrusion. Maybe the nephelometer spiked. We did lots of calls trying to figure out, was there a prescribed burn that caused this smoke? We do that work as well. The false alarms, those are numerous as well. There's at least 2 this particular year that I can think of that are, that's not going to appear in this report, just because it takes a lot of time. There's a lot of phone calls, and it's really outside of, the fact that we have to get a forecast out and our other duties as well. So that's something a little beyond the report.
And is that just nephelometer driven, or is that you're getting complaints from people because maybe it's backyard burning that somebody's complaining about or something like that? Is that the scenario?
It can be all the above. For example, this year, one of our incidents did not have a PM 2.5 attached to it because there was prescribed burn. The burner noted that the smoke went into, therefore it becomes an incident. That's an example beyond the nephelometers. It's often the nephelometers, and just as Margaret said, having those emails that kind of trigger us to spikes that we need to check up on are extremely helpful. Not to mention, we'll watch that website about all day when we know it's a tricky time of year. Things like that also.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. It's really, I know your job is very complex, and it's as much art as it is skill. Well, probably not quite fair, but but I do think that you have the opportunity to highlight really other things too, besides intrusion. I know a lot goes on there. So feel free to share any lessons learned or anything you guys are really proud of too. Very interested in what you guys do. So thank you.
Yeah, Kyle, again, just to finish off your point there, Tim, what else? And I don't want it to create a whole bunch more work than data you guys are already tracking, but I think to Rick and I are thinking along the same lines. I'm like a planned or a registered planned accomplished summary would be helpful, right? I mean, that starts to inform, did we get the acres that we had hoped to? And then I think this is kind of building off of what, Rick, your original point about available days, right? Because we may have planned registered crummy accomplishment, right? But that's because we had a high pressure block for all of October and November, or you name it, right? There's a lot of things that drive that. And so if there's a way to easily summarize, October was highlighted by 2 weeks of a high pressure block on the west side. October was highlighted by a series of whatever, Pineapple Express. So we had great mixing and we got a whole bunch of acres accomplished, right? But they were piles and not broadcast. I think we can start, and again, I don't want to be a Board of Forestry member and send you guys on a go fetch that takes a whole new department to take care of. But we start getting data like that and we can start going, okay, here's where we can really help within the confines of our SMP improve outcomes moving forward. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
And I want to mention, we heard that request from this morning, and we will be very interested in maybe even reaching out to Nick Yonker to ask him what he provided earlier, so we can look at providing more data as well. We heard that request, and certainly wheels are turning.
Yep. I like showing off the good work our staff does. I like showing off the good work our staff does.
I know
So-
I know that Scrooge knows it.
Yeah. So I got a list of things for highlights, and we'll see what we can do internally of data we have in there to help inform the committee for what they're charged with and make sure it's of value. These reports used to be filled with, multiple intrusions, and that would take up the 20 minutes, 30 minutes just to talk through those. So since the intrusions are going down, we got to figure out something else to put in there. And I think other avenues that, the committee through the rulemaking changes and the updates have addressed one issue, so we can look at where there's value of where the committee can focus some efforts of moving the needle in a different space.
And because we have, fewer intrusions, I do think that, Gabriella pointed out something that we could build on, which is if an intrusion does happen where there is an active community response plan or a 1 hour exemption, just figuring out and measuring the efficacy of that plan as well. So I think that is a really valuable thing that we could work together on. And I agree, I don't want to add extra burden to the staff because I'm very well aware of the amount of work that the meteorologists do. But I'm also all about finding those process improvements and streamlining things as much as possible, like putting in the monitoring notifications so you didn't have to track that information down. So there may be ways in which we can automate that sort of review process.
And yet you're foreshadowing the metrics discussion that we want to join later. And also, OHA, I'm hoping I have Carol Trends are helping me out now, but I hopefully within 6 months, I'll be rehiring the position that Kim Pham was in. She moved into a manager role, and I'll have support and somebody who could engage, actively on that and actually maybe engage when incidents happen. If there's an opportunity for that, not the first, well, we can circle back at that time, but we'd love to support.
Sounds good. Rick, we ready to move on to West Bend?
We're now 7 minutes off schedule, so just for everyone's awareness.
So I'll kick this one off because there was a meeting that I wasn't in, so I can quickly move this subject to somebody else to talk for a little while. So I believe there was a wide collaborative group that met yesterday afternoon while I was downtown, and had some very vigorous discussion from the sheer number of Teams messages that I got while I was sitting down there. So I think, Margaret, if you want to run the lead on this one, and then other folks who are in that room can join in.
Yeah, happy to kick it off. So yes, yesterday we had a meeting where it included DEQ, ODF, the Forest Service, the National Forest, EPA, and maybe a handful of other people. There were a lot of people that were listeners. But the point of that meeting is we've had several meetings to talk about the complexity of burning in the West Bend area and the fact that, there have been some impacts and intrusions after the granting of the 1 hour exemption. And so we're all aware of the complex terrain and the need to figure out a solution to, balance the forestry needs and the wildfire risk mitigation needs with the public health. I mean, that's the point of the smoke management program. And so the coordination efforts yesterday were to get into some of the nitty gritty about the spring 2023 burns. So we were able to talk about the total acres over all of year 2023, and then divvy up that into smaller parcels to understand what those actual individual burns were. We went over shape files and got to see where the burns are located. And then we started talking about monitoring needs beyond the current monitoring networks that exist. And we got into discussions about like the plan of attack and the burn plan in general. And, this is just the first discussion. We do know that there needs to be several follow-up meetings, one meeting specifically on monitoring and data collection, another on, another form of data, but data like stump analysis, LiDAR analysis, and ground truthing. And we are also going to have meetings on like communications with the CRP in Deschutes County and get ready to build that, community support around these efforts. I'm also going to be taking a deeper dive into the burn plans and the smoke models that have been completed. But all in all, I think it was a really good meeting. We got a lot of information out in the air, and a lot of work ahead. We're going to hopefully do an in-person meeting with field collection earlier this spring, followed by, I think several of us want to be there during the actual burns. The goal is not only to burn in the spring, but also if possible, based on wildfire season and burn date availability, we'd like to do some fall burns. I was a little sad that Pete Parsons wasn't there for this particular meeting because he did have some really good ideas about meteorological conditions that exist in the fall that we've never really burned under that may be an option. So we plan on having more meetings to talk about fall burning season as well. But Rick, do you have anything to add? Because you helped co-lead that meeting.
A couple of comments, I guess. I'll try to be brief. I think what this group is doing is just an excellent example for how we work together and come together on these difficult areas. And should other areas arise that are like this, this is a great type of example. A lot of enthusiasm from all participants, willing to help out in different capacities, ODF, EPA, DEQ, Forest Service. So I'm really impressed with this group and really proud of it. And look forward to hoping that we could use what information we collect in this opportunity that we have to pilot some new techniques to help the Deschutes National Forest meet its prescribed burning goals. So it's awesome. So glad to be part of it.
Glad to hear. I know that that's a super challenging area of the state, but it's also can serve as a cool kind of research ground on trying out alternatives and being creative and seeing where we can learn from a very unique environment.
Yeah, one more thing I want to mention is in EPA's proposed rulemaking, they did talk quite a bit about wildfires, wildfire smoke. And while they don't have the ability right now under their rules to kind of do that risk trade-off analysis, they are living up to what they said in that report, in that they're willing to work with federal land managers or other states in doing what they can to collaboratively try and solve these difficult problems. So I really appreciate EPA's involvement from the get-go on this. This is something we haven't seen before, perhaps because we never asked, or just because times have changed and we're working on this. So kudos to EPA for, really appreciate your involvement, Aaron, and others at EPA.
Awesome. Any other questions on West Bend?
None from me, but happy to take any. I can't tell if that's a hand on the screen, or is that just your mouse?
Oh, that's just the mouse.
Oh, looks a lot like a hand.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to share my screen, and I appreciate having a chance to not talk for a little while. So Kyle sits in a lot of meetings with me. I do too much talking. So this topic has been up for a few meetings now, and this is one of the challenges of meeting twice a year. And I got to zoom in, otherwise can't even see that on the screen in the room. Meeting twice a year on here and moving this through, it's taken a little while. So with this is with the rule package. The Smoke Management Advisory Committee has been working through along with the agencies on some performance measures for the new rules. Haven't really had a chance to test them, which has been one aspect, but trying to get these in place so that we can work through and evaluate all the changes that were made, and with a goal of looking at it retroactively and seeing, through the lens of the COVID impacts, what did we do over that time? So the last meeting, we reviewed these with the committee and kind of delegated them out to some kind of lead agencies to take point on it. ODF did have a little bit of a slow response, and we had a bunch of them getting them out to our agency partners. So I apologize to DEQ and OHA on that one, and sharing them back. We got some good feedback back. So the goal was we wanted to make them achievable and measurable and doable as we went through them, understand what we're asking for, and also with this of accepting changes and clean up the documents, we have something a little easier to look at and have the committee review today. So what I'll do is I'll scroll through kind of the structure of the performance measures, and then we'll go into each individual one. So with a clean, fresh lens on it to get some comments for the committees as we so we can get another run, and if we don't, and hopefully get them finalized for June. So with this, I'm going to zoom out a little bit so people don't get sick on the screen. So similar to the same construct, had a background, acronyms, definitions. A lot of this hasn't changed. If it has, there's been a little bit of just little cleanup in there. The goals of the smoke management plan. And this has been a new paragraph here. We discussed, what's the vehicle for communicating with it. And we already, there's several deliverables associated with these around an audit and an annual report. Those on almost every performance measure. So using that as the vehicle of how we're gonna, of what we're gonna do for the program. So The status of the performance metrics will be documented in an annual report and presented to SMAC. The report will be based on an audits of a minimum 1% prescribed burns conducted over the reporting year. Information in the report will include evaluation of the effectiveness of the smoke management performance metrics. So we have a vehicle, we have a communication tool, we have our audit standard, all kind of in those programs or process. So pulled it out of the table and put it in a paragraph. I'm going to slowly scroll through these and skip them all for the interim. On the bottom, it's kind of talking through, how the development of the process there. So there's those is consistent with what was seen previously. So no changes there. And then currently tracked in the annual report, there have been additions so that currently tracked is in alignment with what's in the performance measures. And then the optional reporting parameters that can be included. There was a optional or deliverable box that's been moved and summarized at the end of the performance measures list with a little segment. So I'll cover that in a second too. So we'll start at number 1, and hopefully it'll be a little bit cleaner on the text end so that we can all look at them. And my plan is to put in comments and live edit if needed, as efficiency allows. So goal number 1, minimize smoke emissions resulting from prescribed burning. The objective, demonstrate an increasing trend in utilizing emission reduction techniques and a decreasing trend in smoke emissions per acre resulting from prescribed burning over the course of 12 years. So deliverables. Oop. Gabriella, you're on mute.
Sorry, I want to defer to the committee members, so I can chime in after folks, if folks have any discussion. So I want to be respectful of the committee members.
Yeah, go ahead.
I had a question actually just at the top in terms of the audit of 1%. And I'm just curious if there's any thought about calibrating that to how many are happening. That it seems like that makes sense in a glorious future where there's a lot of burns happening. And I was just curious how that, I'll back up first and say that Tim was too kind. He did not get good response from OHA, and just throwing myself on the sword again. I'm not well staffed in that, and so I didn't follow through. So he did not hear anything helpful from OHA in a timely way. So my apologies for raising this stuff here. But I was just curious about the history of the 1% and wondering if if it makes sense to calibrate it to the volume of burns that are happening, now, if it's something different than 1%, because it seems like that's a small threshold.
So I believe 1%, I believe annually we do about 3,000 units. So that's 30 sites.
Okay.
And running around the state, we have one person who does those compliance audits.
Okay, so that's calibrated to the available resources. So
Yeah.
understand.
As we increase, or when we see items in here that maybe, how we utilize these is if we're seeing something that's a little weird, and having these in place will be a big benefit to that, saying we need more, we need another person to do the compliance checks and make sure we're getting good data. This is a tool that helps us ask for that, helps the program make those decisions, helps the committee make recommendations. So, but this is a starting point of current practice. I believe it's in the directive. So.
Sorry, my bad, I didn't push the button. This is directly in the directive, and our rules and our directive combined make our quote unquote smoke management plan. And so, but we do an annual review of the directive to make sure that, we've captured any updates that need to be made. And we look at all of those things, but you can find the whole section on the audit and what goes into the audit within the directive.
Great, thank you.
Actually, I believe that a review of the directive is one of the deliverables. So So I'm gonna walk through these. I'm gonna be a little quick, so feel free to yell, flag down, raise your hand, that kind of stuff. I'll try to keep an eye out. So deliverables, encourage and looking at deliverables, we wanted something we could actually do in there. So something that is measurable. So encourage the use of emission reduction techniques by hosting a minimum of 1 annual training on emission reduction of prescribed burning. Improve emission reduction evaluation by asking whether PE coverings will be used when a burn unit is registered, and to confirm the use of PE coverings at accomplishment reporting. ODF will document where alternatives to burning or emission reduction techniques have led to an increase in tonnage burn. Those two are kind of tied together. Prior to review, the plan review, ODF DEQ will review all known, available, and emerging ERT techniques and compare with other states' ERTs to ensure that the best available techniques are used and promoted. So those are, all about smoke, minimizing the smoke emissions. So metrics, how to measure: number of trainings held, number of training attendees, smoke emissions by burn type, burner survey, tons burned using ERTs. So all measurable stuff. Any questions on that one? There's a lot of wordsmithing as we went through these, so I'm glad to actually have a copy with no wordsmithing in it. Yeah, 18 months worth of collected comments and edits have been, it's challenging to read through. Number 2 is provide maximum opportunity for essential forest land burning. Increasing trend in burning acres without increasing intrusions. We didn't want to put a decrease in intrusions because you have to have 0. How are you going to get lower than 0? So without an increase, and over the course of 12 years again, post and after action reviews for smoke impacts that exceed the NACs within 45 days of the occurrence. That one was revised and due to input from mostly capacity related and scheduling. So being able to get an after action review, which involves pulling people together and getting it coordinated and having the time, but having a reasonable associated deadline. I believe it was initially 14 days, which in this day and age isn't achievable at this point. So we wanted to give some flexibility. So we moved it to 45 days for make it a little more real. If it becomes an issue, it's always something that we can look at of moving it back to 30 days or something to that effect. During burn season, the meteorologists are working 7 days a week. So trying to squeeze in an AAR is a little bit of a challenge.
Tim, one potentially dumb question. Who is going to be at the AAR? Yes, whom? Like, it kind of goes back to our question about the intrusion we did have. Did the district do an AAR? Who is on the hook for AAR? Check.
Well, so to be honest, this is a component of the directive that we probably could strengthen, because I did the after action reviews. We only do after action reviews for NACS exceedances. An intrusion could still have an after action review from the like burn boss or the burner, the community, should they want. But for us, the timely communications is around NACS. And at one point, Peter was doing it, and then I switched over to doing it. But also Nick Yonkers has done one. So we've kind of tag teamed it. But in terms of who we invite, it's always ODF, DEQ, and the burners and the community.
Okay. It's good to identify. Yeah, I don't know who's on the hook. No, it's a good question because I didn't ask either. So, okay, deliverable, incentivize the use of ERTs, offering 50% increase in tonnage for burn units using ERTs versus those burn units not using ERTs. This ties to that, to the goal number or measure number 1. So we got a metrics of number of ignitions, number of acres, increase of tons burned by utilizing ERTs, timeliness of AARs, making sure we're meeting our timelines on that one. Outcomes, those have been, those are we have a goal, we have a desired outcome with it, so they're a little more hypothetical.
Hey, Tim.
Yep.
So on that last one, can you scroll back up? So provide maximum opportunity for essential forest land burning. Again, if we knew how many opportunities each year there are for, provided by ODF, then we could track that metric in terms of, are we increasing that, whether it's frequency of opportunities or size or whatnot. I see these deliverables are real. The first one's focused on NACs, and then the other one is 50%, focused on incentives for increasing tonnage. Those get part of the equation, but not necessarily really, for me, address opportunities for burning. So I think we need a way to characterize opportunities. What does that really mean there? And maybe it's just, by it's every day is an opportunity, or maybe it's by how many ignitions are authorized per year, it broken down by district. I don't know, but I think we need perhaps, and you have below your metrics and number of ignitions and acres accomplished. Can we break that down by fire weather zones, or however the forecasts are done? And then it would help us a little bit kind of see if we're having issues, or if we're being self-limiting. So I'm not quite, there could be opportunities where there might be more opportunities than ignitions available, and that would be good to note. And maybe that's a question for the forecasters, but and how to track that. So I think it needs a little bit more work there.
Okay. I added a few notes in there, trying to identify maybe an additional deliverable tied to that. Thinking, you had knowing the optimal burn days of having that potentially, if that analysis can be done, of having that done annually to help identify, that maximum opportunity of identifying what is the maximum, and help and kind of start that. So we can pin in that one and try to see what we can add as another deliverable, and then add the appropriate metrics with it too.
This is quite a ways down in the weeds, but I'm just thinking out loud in terms of helping the forecasters. When we look at IFPL levels and we track, we had 100 days in a level 1 and 20 days in a level 3, and that kind of gives us context for how good a summer did we have in terms of being able to operate.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be a lot of data cleaning to do it by weather zone, but something like number of days below 500 tons, number of days from 500 to 1,000 tons, and number of days with, use the standard guidance would be kind of an analog to that IFPL context in terms of available of, what sort of opportunity did you have? So anyways, that's quite a ways down, and the forecasters are smarter than me, but
I know they're sitting on here too, thinking about it. So neat part about these is we have, they get together every Monday, so I'm sure they'll be discussing it at their Monday meeting.
Well, and potentially, if whatever the database is that they're using, like we could run that analysis in like Esri at the end of the year. If the data was collected, you could do like an Esri analysis with the fire weather polygons.
Okay. Protect public health by avoiding intrusions and building smoke resilient communities. Objective, demonstrating a decreasing trend in smoke intrusions and an increasing trend in coordination and development of community response plans. So protect public health by having 0 smoke impacts that exceed the 24-hour threshold and 1-hour threshold. Promote collaboration between local, tribal, public health authorities, vulnerable populations, vegetation fuel managers, and prescribed burners by assisting in the development of at least 1 new CRP annually. DEQ will enhance the quality of the air quality monitoring network by the addition of the sensors by 2026. And OHA attends all this. SMAC meetings provide public health advice and input. A couple of metrics on here: number of new CRPs, total number of CRPs decreasing, and the number of smoke intrusions by location. Gabriella.
Yeah, so no quibble with anything that is here, and recognizing what you're saying, Tim, about the, meeting twice a year means that this has been around a while. And I think when this first got introduced, CRPs were more of a gleam in the eye situation. And thanks to Margaret and the DEQ team and resources, there's more, there's more of them happening. And also thanks to funding that we are getting to local public health authorities, and I'm starting to dig in. This is something from our end that we can engage local public health authorities about their participation, engagement, and support for this stuff. And so we wanted to raise the question about introducing evaluation of CRPs. And Margaret, you really have your pulse on the growing flock of them, and when it would be timely. But even simple things like for places that had CRPs, were they activated? Did they collect, what did they actually do? And it can be simple now and get a little bit more rigorous over time, but something here that gets at some level of evaluation. So, and the objective is demonstrate an increasing trend in coordination and development and implementation of community response plans. So just adding in that concept of implementation, and then deliverables.
I have one in mind.
Yeah, go for it.
So a deliverable, because having the goal be as broad as building smoke resilience in communities, it could just be, so the deliverable would be, intrusion report includes CRP efficacy, where applicable. The reason it has to be where applicable is because not every intrusion will occur where a CRP is, but if there is a CRP where there is an intrusion, then we would monitor efficacy. And because we're really getting down to so few intrusions, I don't think that would be a huge lift. And if you wanted to put like DEQ and ODF kind of tag teaming that effort, I'm comfortable with that too, Tim, so that doesn't fall just on ODF.
Well, and I guess that's, that raises the question that I was going to circle back with. There was that AAR participant question that Peter raised, and does it make sense for OHA to be sitting at that table with you all and taking a look where there is a CRP?
So the DEQ, ODF, and OHA evaluate intrusion reports after action reviews. See those as kind of tie together, and includes evaluation includes the CRP efficacy where applicable. Says when we discuss an intrusion, we're going to talk about do the CRP work. Did that capture it?
I think that captures it. And I mean, we can always kind of as we're at this is a living document. So as we experience this and work through this, if we have to change some of that verbiage just so that it captures what's possible and what we can accomplish, then we can do that. But one thing in mind that I have is like, what is efficacy? We're going to have to maybe get to the bottom of that. But
yeah, I think we would define some metrics for that. So I think it's just flagging in the metrics. What does that mean? It's, what does activation of a CRP mean when there is an intrusion?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then circling back to the conversation we had earlier about communication and alerts and what potential there is to, because better communication is going to be very important for protecting public health, right? And so I think that's too new of a conversation to reflect here, but to your point, Margaret, that this is a living document and there's room over time as to develop new tools. That's an example of something that, this could be reflected down the road here. If that makes sense to folks.
And I think, protecting public health needs to have OHA listed as a deliverable in here with the rest of us. And that brings the county public health folks to the table too.
Yeah.
And Tim, anything ODF is doing, you got Christina, who's out there, working with their burners to get better fuels information to give to the forecasters. Now you've got 3 forecasters working instead of 2. There's new models. There's all sorts of things that ODF is doing too, that you could capture maybe in a paragraph. It's more difficult in a metric, but show off a little bit, here, this is an opportunity to capture all the good things going on at ODF.
Oh, absolutely, Rick. I completely agree with your comment you put in there. It's a conversation I've had with our folks for a bit, is what tools do they need to make them more successful? And that's part of this, why I wanted to open with that opportunities and challenges portion for the day, is what's there to help our folks help everyone else. Okay. In the interest of time, I'm going to keep scrolling. So I believe there was a bunch of them. We did remove one through the process because it was redundant when we started pulling them apart. So number 4 is strengthen cross-agency collaboration and coordination with other state smoke management programs. So participate in interagency, regional and state and nationwide forums to promote Oregon's smoke management plan. With this one, ODF, DEQ, OHA will promote collaboration between local and tribal public health authorities, vulnerable populations, veg fuel managers. So this is the same deliverable as previous one, but it fit into this goal as well. We'll meet as needed. The agencies meet as needed to discuss the implementation of the MOU and any additional collaborative needs. So that's ongoing. Attend and participate in the regional EPA meeting, smoke management in the Northwest. Attend and participate in relevant interagency, regional and nationwide forums as capacity allows. Evaluate how its smoke management plan is affecting other state goals such as public health, air quality, timber economy, forest health, and fire risk. So kind of the balancing portion of it. For one of the attending nationwide forums, I believe Sherry was over talking about the smoke management plan over in Colorado. I believe is it this week or is that next week?
I already did, sorry, double muted. I already make sure that mute is on. I already gave the presentation. It was about 2 weeks ago in Denver to the American Meteorological Society, the national conference. So I just presented our program and made some connections with others that were attending the conference as well. And then last week, we actually spoke to the local office or AMS in Oregon, the Oregon group, and gave them a presentation. And actually several of us were in attendance there. It was not just me, it was also Gary and Pete and Amanda, and I gave a presentation for Christina as well. So we are meeting some of this one already.
So this one's about showing off the program, getting lessons learned from other states. I believe Gary's reaching out to our partners up in Canada to see what they do regarding air quality and prescribed fire. So we're just, yeah, pretty much shoot it north and don't worry about it. But that's a big of this one is, if we don't have to reinvent the wheel and there's stuff we can borrow of demonstrating and documenting how to evolve the program and keep it at the cutting edge. Okay, talk that one out. This one is an interesting one, just complying with state and federal air quality visibility requirements. We have to follow the law. So deliverables, every 5 years, DEQ will provide updates on NAAQS compliance as it pertains to smoke management. ODF will track the number of exceedances in which smoke from prescribed burns caused or contributed to a NAAQS exceedance. So that one's what we're currently doing, but.
How many NAAQS exceedances do we have since we've changed the rules? 2?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I believe we actually only have 1 NAAQS exceedance, and that's in Bend.
Yeah. Yep.
One was an intrusion. The other was an NAAQS exceedance.
Yep. So, pretty straightforward on that one. Increase smoke management communication at the local level and across stakeholders. This is the one we talked at length about social license and how do we measure that. Continue, third and fourth word, continually increasing social license and develop a positive public perception of prescribed fire. Increase smoke management understanding and communication across stakeholders. ODF will maintain the smoke communications framework or smoke communications efforts by updating and distributing the statewide communications framework to stakeholders annually. I do appreciate everyone who updated all the contacts on that, especially finding out that we had the wrong ODF people in there too. So thanks, Kyle. Thanks, Gabriella, for helping us with that. Promote collaboration between local tribal authorities, and that's another one that continues. The communication is so important on this. Promote collaboration by assisting in regional engagement related to smoke management, prescribed burning in Oregon. So, and that's not only is this one for the SMAC performance measures for agencies, I would also propose including any activities that the SMAC committee members do, to include this in the report as well, if we can, or if considerations for that, because you all are proponents and mouthpieces for the program as well.
Rick, it occurs to me, all of that work you did, especially getting published in a journal, would be significant to that effort.
So, all right. Gabriella.
All right, I know we're in the last minute, but if you could scooch up. Part of it is, again, with our CRPs, is there an opportunity to check in with community to get their input about whether a CRP is working or not? Right? So I didn't think about that until now, but thinking about that, some type of feedback loop. Yeah.
Yep. Well, to think how to phrase that one, but
yeah,
appreciate getting it documented and see heads nod. So that's always helpful, or that people are just anxious to get through these. As I mentioned, there's a couple different colors in the formatting there. We will get that cleaned up, but there was future deliverables listed for each of those to try to stay focused on this is deliverables for this, and this is future deliverables, which are good at identifying, but may not have the means. So we added in these future deliverables have been identified and may be integrated into the smoke management plan metrics as the program matures. What I mean by that is resource dependent, technology dependent, staff dependent, to be able to put something into a report and sustain it is important before some of these. So that's where we caught things like demonstrating a decreasing trend in unauthorized smoke emissions. That's a great one for a future deliverable, but it's until I have a compliant shop, that's a little tougher. But it's good to have on here that just documenting that there's unauthorized smoke emissions that do affect prescribed burning. So we ran into, Sherry mentioned, those false alarms when there's things that were not planned that contribute to extra staff time. DEQ will complete a comprehensive review of open burning opportunities and barriers related to slash in areas outside of forest protection districts. That one's going to take some time. So we want to move it to the, pull it down here, get it documented that it's an important one, but and not forgotten about, but just put it here as a placeholder. DEQ will improve monitoring effectiveness by the program by updating the QM system to include notifications to staff at DEQ and ODF. Identifying the correct agency to complete analysis to better understand the impacts of wildfire smoke on visibility versus prescribed burning impacts. So, who's the best, who's staffed and has the expertise to do that? DEQ will measure main plume smoke impacts in class 1 visibility areas. Tracking number of hours burned annually. That's a challenge. So it's an important one. It's been expressed that it's man hours per acre burned or people hours per acre burned would be important, but how do we do that? So we wanted to put it down here. Improve public communications by updating the smoke management data system to allow access and querying capability to those outside of ODF. And I'm going to change, and that's going to where that ends. I'll take off those by fall of 2021. So I moved this one down here because with technologies and access, it's something we're striving for. We try to do the same with our fire and acreage information. I got to move the mic a little bit. So once we get those stood up and can have our systems talk to the public and also have them vouched and make sure we're confident in the data, that's the important aspects to it. So those are the ones we want to kind of put them in a parking lot. That's where we can, some of those recommendations of which do we need to address? What do we need to put into an agency pop, into legislative concept, budgeting? What do we want to know that we don't know now? With that, I only went a couple minutes over on going through this. Any questions?
Tim, on that last item, this is from another context, but in terms of the data system idea, we were successful in a different program of getting EPA grant funding to contract with actually a state interagency kind of compact organization to build a multi-state database that it was more efficient and effective, and other states could join in and defray the maintenance and operating costs. And so I just wanted to plant that idea. It might be, if that's something that a way to get a project like that funded, if you're just developing that infrastructure and lots of folks can use it, it might be an opportunity to look for.
I will follow up with that with you later, for sure. Anyone knows anything about ODF data systems? They're written on papyrus, and they're usually 3-hole punched, and that's about as technology prone as we get. So
Yeah, right there with you. So that's why we were able to get an EPA grant to contract. But I will tell you that what was helpful is we got in legislation that we were kind of authorized to reach out to an interstate compact agency to help do that. So happy to talk with you about it.
Yep. Sounds good. So with that, hearing from, so this is in the meeting materials for SMAC members. We went through them pretty quick today. Take a peek at them over the next couple weeks. And if there's anything else that stands out, let myself and Margaret know, and we'll get these identified up, ready to be finalized for June, and with the goal of we'll try to get a retroactive data to go with it, so you can see kind of what some of the stuff looks like. Make sure you're getting the data you want. So a little bit ambitious coming into June here. So with that, next up is community response plan development and some of the opportunities and challenges there. So I don't know if Jennifer had a jump, but I think she's on the tip of the spear for kind of Jackson County. And from my awareness, that's the newest in progress for the community response plans.
Yeah, and I can fill in because I get briefed by everybody every week. So yeah, so we have two new, we call the positions Peters at DEQ. We have two new Peters, which are Scott Pierman and Jennifer Horton. The SMAC committee have met them. They're actually air quality coordinators funded through Senate Bill 762. And Jennifer Horton, who's in the Medford office and on the team, is working with Jackson County and is also working with Klamath County. So those are the two that are being developed in that area. And then Scott Pierman, who is also working with Enterprise. It's Union County, but the SSRA is LeGrand, sorry. And then also a portion of the Columbia River Gorge. So I did include this in our DEQ update. In terms of how things are going, those projects end on March 31st. And we anticipate that both Jackson and Klamath counties will have a developed CRP. The Columbia River Gorge and Union counties are going to have a draft version, but they're going to need more time to finalize. And so we don't anticipate those being a finalized version of a community response plan. Part of that is just in general with these planning grants, how they always have have started off is people see them and think, oh, that's going to be easy. They wait until the second quarter to even get started because it's really outside of our control. We can't like hold their feet to the fire. And then getting started, they realize, wait, bringing everybody to the table, getting everybody on the same schedule is actually more difficult than they realized. And for many of us as planners and policy people, we know how quickly you need to get started on those sorts of things. And then what happens is they say, can we get an extension? And it's like, no, because our funding is not general operating funding. It is biennium funding and it's special legislative funding. So we can't offer extensions. So I'm just kind of airing challenges that we've experienced. But in general, I think that everybody is doing really well. And there's just some opportunities for a couple of those communities. We'll get them a good foundation, but they'll have to carry it over the finish line outside of the grant program. But I'm happy to take any questions about those. And Scott, you can jump on. I know you know those two that are maybe a little bit behind more intimately, but you also don't have to jump on. I've got it covered.
Yeah, I'll just, thanks, Margaret. Yeah, you're everything's accurate. Yeah, there'd say both my projects, Union County and Wasco and Hood River County, are just both in various stages of planning. There's a lot of good discussion. It's really good to see, be a part of those meetings to see, how each of the communities are approaching the topics and the specific challenges that they have in their areas. But yeah, I'd say, yeah, those two are going to be close to, but maybe a little bit short of having a final implementable plan in their areas. But a lot of good work has been occurring, yeah, throughout the summer, and yeah, we'll get as far as we can and spend as much as we can on those grants.
And we have a contingency in place for, continuing to provide additional support beyond the life of the grant. Like, it's not like, oh, well, you didn't finish, we're out. We make ourselves available even outside of the grant period to continue to facilitate and provide technical assistance. In general, I'm also willing to talk. Those are the ones that are in development. We also have several that are, being implemented currently. So that includes Bend, Ashland, and Enterprise. And all of those ones are working on their annual reports. And actually, believe it or not, they reached out to us and was like, when are those reports due? And I successfully transitioned the reports over to Stacy. So those reports will now be on a calendar year and will be coming directly to ODF. And I shared all of our files. So we were actually able to set up a cloud and share files between agencies, which was great. I didn't have to drive down a thumb drive of all the files. So the implementation is going well. And then again, we do have Oak Ridge and Lakeview, which is very close to being able to resubmit. Scott has been helping with the OR alerts and helping to coordinate with Lake County and Lakeview on carrying that over the finish line.
Sounds great. So with that, I'd anticipate that the CRPs, if with the annual reports, I believe they have till the end of the month here to have those turned in. So ODF, OHA, and DEQ will be taking looks at those to make sure that they're all everything that's required in there is all looks good. And we'll be reporting out in June to the committee on status on those if there was any findings of note or places to improve. So that'll be a June topic. You can always tell when we're getting long time in the Zoom meetings when all the cameras slowly turn off throughout the meeting and looking at a bunch of black boxes. So with that, that was the last topic on the agenda. The last two are kind of summary topics here and to cover up any points. So appreciate everyone's very candid discussion today. A lot covered a lot of stuff with a lot of heavy topics. So what I wanted to close with is kind of a must close out here, or before, I should say, before Rick adjourns us, is I'd like to talk through some potential topics for June. I'd rather have SMAC tell us what they wanted to hear about than we dictate to them. So, but I'll have some suggestions here, and then I'll action item review, and then we'll call it a day here. So, listening to the discussion and following through the chat, and all the chat will be posted in the meeting summary. So for the folks in the room who missed it, we'll be taking just pulling that out directly in there. So having a update, you know, we had the comment period on the potential next changes current, but they're looking at the by the time June comes around, the comment period more than likely will be close, so it might be worth having an update. So with the committee like hearing potential for a presentation from the EPA on kind of more details on that.
That would be helpful for my education.
Okay.
I'm just one.
Okay. Rick?
I don't personally need that because I read the EPA rules and fact sheets and have lots of discussion.
Okay.
So it's not necessary.
Okay, that's good. How about a presentation on smoke impacts on mental health? Kind of phrasing around prescribed fire impacts versus wildfire impacts, how fire management decisions play out. Carol was sent to me some information during the meeting. I'll forward out, but if there's a potential, it's kind of a new ground and a blending of operations and health and air quality. So I was just curious if there's any interest on that one.
I thought we were told that, or informed that they cannot be part of the community response plans because the way the rules are written right now. So unless we're gonna do something with that, I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure I would think it would be useful for this meeting. But let me hear from others.
I think we're down to just you and Kyle. I don't see, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, we're having a party here, Rick. Yeah, I mean, that's a good perspective, Rick. I guess I didn't hear it quite as definitively maybe as you did. It's an interesting piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
That I had not had any awareness around prior to. It might be different for you, Rick, because you're running in agency land and hearing some more of that stuff. But I think the burning community would be interested in hearing some more of that potentially.
Okay. That it couldn't be part of the, I believe, the next discussion. Oh, CRP.
Rick, you were talking about the mental health piece couldn't be included in the CRPs, right?
That's what I heard at the meeting today.
Well, it's just that how the CRP language is currently written, and what ODF and DEQ have agreed on is we only set the floor. It doesn't mean that it couldn't be a component of the community response plan. It's that it's not one of the minimum requirements of the plan. And so, you know, there could still be a discussion, and we could still encourage, when we provide technical assistance, to include that component into a plan, but it wouldn't be by law required, because by law, we've only set the minimum. But people could go above and beyond. Now, you may be able to make the case that the language about health could be inclusive of mental health. It just doesn't explicitly say that. So does that help clarify?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing, maybe it's worthwhile, and I want to be respectful of Carol and OHA and others who've done this research, because it is new. And Margaret, thanks for clarifying that. So if it could be part of the plan, or maybe some recommended language to put forward in the summer's communication with the public when we get into wildfire smoke season. That would be helpful too. So, Carol, is that something you're okay with, or how do you feel?
Yeah, thanks, Rick. I think, to Margaret's point, I think health is definitely inclusive of mental health. I think there just hasn't been a lot of attention in that direction. I know that for the stat reports, for example, during wildfire season now, we are reporting out on mental health visits that we see in our near real-time surveillance. So I'm not sure, what the best venue is, for that topic or to discuss it. May or may not be a SMAC meeting, but if there's interest, of course, we can contribute to that conversation, or maybe it's the PM coordinators meeting, or or some other forum, because there's a lot of work being done on that now. It might be a nice thing to put it together, or the one of the Northwest Smoke meetings. I'm just kind of throwing those things out there as other potential places.
Do you think 15 minutes? Do you think 15 minutes would be sufficient, or do you need more time?
Oh, I think that's workable. And I'm happy to talk offline with planners and see what Gabriella thinks. There's also work done in our climate program that's relevant that she mentioned on youth mental health. That's kind of community-based work. So yeah, I think depending on interest, it could go in a lot of different directions. Potentially tying in some of the local public health efforts too. But yeah, I'm happy to be part of that conversation if there's interest.
I'll forward the materials that Carol sent over, and if they're of interest, we can pick it back up and let me know if we can figure out if you want to hear more from it. Almost getting shot down on my agenda topics. I feel a little bad. I was taking the wrong notes. So we have the CRP findings. That'll be probably a fairly quick agenda topic. Last June, we presented, instead of the smoke management fund, which I did not talk about today, but I'll send that to the committee just so that they can keep an eye on it. But wanted to talk through kind of what the unit budget looked like and where the money's going. So I would like to bring that back up, kind of building on that topic and seeing if it does have value, where the value is, where investments can be. So that'll be a new one, kind of version 2 on that, and we'll have the account balance for that as well to kind of go together with it. So finalizing of the metrics, and we'll try to pull together a retroactive report to go with it. So it makes sure that it kind of the summary data. So it looks like you can all evaluate the data that you may potentially be getting. A suggestion at CAL FIRE emission reduction techniques, have someone from CAL FIRE potentially join, talk about ERTs and also the work they use with adults in custody. Unless I wrote
referring to their program in which they let burners borrow or use their air curtain incinerators. I think that'd be interesting.
I got ACI confused with AIC. Apologies for that one. So,
This actually just ties what Tim just said. We are actually working with the ODF adults in custody to do our ACI operations with the EAB stuff. So we're going to be using the adults in custody workforce to buck our wood. And so there is actually this overlap where we are looking at the workforce. So it's a very, very big, lots of moving parts project with lots of different components. So it's just funny that you touched on that, because it is potentially an operation, exposure to, work that could potentially be done in the future.
All right, to clarify, Margaret, are you giving adults in custody sharp instruments to use to cut logs? Is that my understanding?
Yeah, chainsaws.
Yes, because it's a chainsaw adults in custody's work program that does tree work. And so, yeah, they'll be using chainsaws to buck the wood to the size dimensions that we need for the test.
Okay.
But they'll be chaperoned and.
Rick, we might add this one, just I see your interest in it just on your face. So I think both of those are intriguing. I like that because that program I know is working outside of ODF protection districts largely. So we'll pair those up with air current incinerators and have a nexus topic there.
Well, and it might be premature, Margaret, but I had a question while you were talking earlier, and I think it still persists in my brain. You were talking about needing to get the data in order to inform the air permitting, all that kind of stuff. Like, it would be interesting if there was a way to lay out that universe, the permitting universe that we're trying to fit the ERTs into, and some of those barriers that you guys are working on in terms of the data you're trying to get from that program. Be helpful for me. I don't know if it would be helpful for the rest of us, but I think it would inform relative to, you know, how fast can we run as we're starting to get into the ERT, you know, trying to get there anyway.
Yeah, so happy to, you know, as we're working on the emissions test and some real life, like empirical data is collected, be able to shed light on that in future SMAC meetings in general, so.
Last one I had as a potential before we fill it up with other stuff over the next while is there's a reference to the 20-year strategic plan and how that drives. Would that have any interest to the group for where that process is going, kind of wrangling stakeholders, prioritizing landscapes, identifying fire risk, all that other fun stuff. Think about that. Don't have to make a decision on it, but want to get a Nathan scheduled in as we can, but that one might be an intriguing one. It has ties to shared stewardship and where some of the federal money is intersecting with the state investments. So kind of a full, kind of a high level approach of prioritizing landscapes within the state. Okay, last one was June 22nd. Anyone on vacation June 22nd?
I might be. I'll let you know, Tim.
Okay, so we'll get that as a tentative. Reason I just look out is we have people, the folks here, so we can get that one on there, and I'll get a placeholder. Oh, good timing then. Okay, there was one action item that kind of came out, and I was just tracking it as a to do. It was mentioned if the Smoke Management Advisory Committee would like to draft a letter to send in for the NACS comment, or if individually that would be go about that. I don't want to leave that topic, not volunteering to draft a letter, but happy to help coordinate.
Yeah, it might be difficult because we have such might be very different perspectives among the committee members and the agency representatives that would be appropriate. But I guess as a committee member, what we can do is make a recommendation to the state forester to review that proposed rule and think about how it might impact our program, and if so inclined to submit comments. I guess that's what this body does. We make recommendations to the state forester. So
okay.
I'll put it there.
I think that feels right, Rick. And it occurs to me that Gregory needs to be in the loop on that decision and that communication probably. But I concur with where you're at on that. Yep.
And this is something that we can talk about. I don't know if, you know, if it's going to come on behalf of if it doesn't come on behalf of the SMAC and it comes on behalf of the state forester, then it may be something we want to coordinate with our director and our leadership. I just don't want there to be like, you know, I want us to look united as a state rather than, you know, one director is saying one thing and one director might be saying a different thing. I think that they should be complementary. But I think I can help with that, bridging that discussion and coming up with something that is complementary. Because I think we all agree we want to protect the health and well-being, and we're not opposed to any of the different, you know, analyses that they may be used. We just want to talk about also the smoke management program and the safeguarding and the things that we have in our rules. So I'm happy to help to facilitate with you on that, Tim.
Sounds good. Okay. Outside of that, I thank everyone for their dedicated time today. And
I have one more topic I would like to hear addressed in more detail at our next meeting.
oh, go ahead.
And that is around what Kyle was talking about in terms of a barrier to prescribed burning, dealing with the liability and the insurance and the trespass issue on private lands or onto federal lands. And so that topic, if I heard Kyle correctly, that's perhaps one of the biggest barriers of smoke or prescribed burning in the state. As such, I think it's our responsibility to hear more about that, understand that. And personally, I'm going to go talk to Chad Davis, who is our Director of State and Private Lands, perhaps, and Dana Skelly, who is our Fuels Program Manager, and see if there's anything there. But I'd like to understand what influence or decision-making this body has related to that issue. It sounds like a significant issue to me. It's worthy of more dialogue.
I like that, really like that idea, Rick, and I think it'll help. It'll be in thinking about it as a wonder if someone besides Dana and Chad, even maybe from the U.S. Attorney's Office, to help on what capabilities are there on the legal side. Knowing Chad's background with state and private forestry, having that legal aspect there might be a good one too. So if you want to follow up with him, we can do some coordination. I think that would be a very intriguing topic, and it's very timely in its subject matter.
Okay, I'll follow up with Chad.
Okay. Awesome. Rick's so stoic, I don't know if he froze or not.
No, I'm here. I was just thinking one more thing, and I really apologize, but I see we got a little time. When you talked about, wanting to share the financial data with this group, you and I have talked about, is there any decision-making associated with that, or is this just FYI? It's not part, I don't see that as part of our objectives, or is that part of our responsibilities? I know in the past we've looked at that, made some recommendations like for hiring, if ODF's thinking about hiring. So I'd like to understand the finances in terms of what decision-making we're considering there. And if it's just an FYI, please just send it out, email, and maybe we just opportunity for questions if needed to limit that.
From my perspective of trying to bring more value to the topic, I always like to know, if we're talking money, it makes more sense to know where that money's going versus how much money's there. So being able to pair the two together, I think introducing it as, this is what the smoke management fund pays for. And especially since this group and the folks watching generally pay those burn fees. So with that, wanted to add value to it. As far as the amount of money in the fund, that's probably better just sending by email, just for the FYI. But where we can have investments or where we have need of tying the budget to the fund to the metrics, and where we want to accomplish, where we're seeing opportunities and challenges, having this stuff identified and laid out. I think all the products together will provide will provide some good basis to support the committee in making recommendations. So that's kind of where I'm seeing at it, as it's been a long-standing tool and information item on the committee agenda. So I just didn't want to just yank it off of there. But if it doesn't have value, we can always we track it internally, so the information's there. I can provide it when requested otherwise.
Yeah, because we do make recommendations or give asks of your staff like we have today. And I know this annual report also takes time. So if that's above and beyond your existing budget, that's helpful to know. And perhaps if things are getting real tight, maybe you need our recommendations and where cuts might be appropriate. So we don't want to get in a situation like Social Security. So.
Agreed.
Well, and this has me thinking, I mean, there's a lot of unknowns to have a meeting, prior to session being over and knowing everything with operating budgets and budget items, but I've raised the flag before about the need for a sustaining our monitoring network and sustaining DEQ's component of the smoke management program as well. And I think we've seen a lot of really good success from expanding and having a couple more people beyond just a me or just a Peter. And so depending on how budgets play out and what happens with the next biennium, I may want to flag that we need to continue to think about prioritizing our monitoring network and DEQ's involvement in the smoke management program.
Yeah.
So thanks, Rick. You reminded me of that too.
Yeah, thanks for dropping that bomb, Margaret.
Yeah, last item. Drop the bomb. We might need money too, depending on what happens.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's good. That's good. I think it's a very appropriate, actually. Thanks, Tim.
Nope. And not seeing any other hands up, pending any quick folks coming off mute or such. I think we covered everything we were to today and even more. So I got about 4 or 5 pages of notes, about a bunch of ODS staff online right now. I know they've been thinking about what we've been chatting about. So appreciate the thorough discussion on topics today. So I believe, Rick, we're probably ready to adjourn.
So unless there's anything else, and I'm not hearing it, I will call this meeting to a conclusion and thank everybody for their participation today, either remotely or in person there in Salem. And Peter, is this your last meeting that you'll be attending? Yeah, so before we go, I really just want to recognize just such a valued partner in Peter Brewer. He has been a long-standing great contributor to not only this committee, but working behind the scenes at DEQ and was super instrumental in allowing. The thing that stands out for me, Peter, is your efforts in getting SIP approval for the changes in the last smoke management plan revision. I don't know if people knew about that. Peter seemed to be able to do that in an amazing record speed, where the state of Washington has been struggling for years to get to revise. So Peter, thank you for all you do. We're going to miss you.
That took Randall Ruddick, also part of the team. But thanks, Randall, on all that. Your work is instrumental in getting that all through the process. But thanks, thanks, Rick. Thanks all. It's been great being part of this for the last 5-6 years, but also being seeing this whole team and whole thing doing work 20 years ago. When I was a manager, I'd kind of watch it from the side, but got more and more involved with a predecessor of Rick's. And then finally we developed that trust and started really talking about wilderness areas and visibility and all sorts of fun topics that we don't really cover so much here, but we started talking about all sorts of things that were relevant to what we are dealing with today. So it was really wonderful to have that as a long-term background, holding up to the progress we've made since then. So it's been great working with everybody, and I just love seeing how we've all come together and are moving forward through some very difficult issues, but figuring it out and getting it done. It's super.
Great. Thanks, Peter. And thank you, Randall. I didn't mean to overlook your contribution as well. So you're even more behind the scenes for me than Peter is. All right, that concludes our meeting today, and stay tuned. We'll get a date out for the next meeting here as soon as we get people's calendars. But right now it's proposed as June 22nd. So please let Tim know if anybody has a problem with that. Okay.
Also, if anyone wants to be invited to Peter Brewer's retirement party, we were talking about that at lunch. Send me an email and you'll get an invite. It's going to be a most likely a summer retirement party.
Sounds good. Sign me up, Margaret. All right, that concludes our meeting today. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. See you, everybody.
Thanks, Rick.
Thanks, Rick. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.